This is not news to us.
Okay, go.
Giggity giggity goo.
It's at exactly 69%. No one do any thing.
Too late. Also, we've started.
Welcome everyone.
Whoop, whoop.
So we are back with back on our shenanigans with more pathfinding adventures today. We'll just jump straight into it and start with a recap of last week's session, where we will be starting with Laney.
Okay. We did our best, most of us, to disguise ourselves as fairly rough-looking bodyguards, and went along to the docks with Ethel, or Professor McGinnis Lambert, to go and examine this pirate ship. And once we got a look at it, it became pretty apparent that it wasn't a pirate ship. Someone had messed up all the gun ports, and it turned out to be one of Ida's merchant vessels that had been reported missing. We met Sir Theron Benedict Falconwing, the captain of the Challenger, who had taken the pirate ship. And we ended up going to investigate to the state of the ship and find out a little more around it. Victor sensed the presence of an extremely powerful magic item that wasn't there, but was unlike anything he'd ever felt before. There's some smuggling dens in there. We found a bottle of some type of liquid and a house sigil, the crest of Theric de la Vega, the scourge of the seas from Halofaust for the last 3 centuries, a pirate vampire lord. And at that point, I will boot it over to Victor.
Are making clones of people and like imprinting other people's memories on them. It's very exciting, and then people wanted to kill us. They used a Lich Kraken to sink the boat. And then we ran home, and more people tried to kill us. Marangana.
Yes, sir. Oh god. Okay, let me see. We found out that Theron and Ivy, Rain's cousin, also were under some sort of influence, which is why the shields were lowered to let the Lich Kraken in. Sadly, we did not have a conversation with the Lich Kraken. It pretty much teleported away when the shields went up again. We said to Theron that we would meet him at the 8th bell at the halfway house to talk some more about all these things. Then we went to the Temple District to be present for the release of Katniss and Friedrich. Lainey had some kind of foreboding feeling that we should definitely stay together and not split up, and also said that Rain and Tasha should stay in the middle. Both of them were released. And the assassins that seemed to have followed us on the roofs tried to kill Victor. He was saved by Katniss. So we ran back home, as Victor already stated, to safety. At the mansion, we ran into 20 heavily armored people who were from an international group following the Four Gods of Law, called the... did I note that down? The Lawbringers. Yeah, there we go. Stating to be reinforcements. I think Victor sent for them even. So we got into the house where we were safe, and we managed to rip the whole... yeah, how to say this? We managed to make Katniss aware of the fact that she's actually not really Katniss or Louise, but she very much wanted to be staying alive and live, and rather pledge her sword to our cause. And remembered also that Sister Louise is a prisoner of the weird vampire, Theoric de la Vega, probably, and a priest. And took her through a portal, which means Sister Louise is currently a prisoner somewhere, which is not good. And we ended the session with Ebert and Tasha accompanying Katniss to a room and trying to investigate if no connection between the vampire and her remained, so he cannot spy on us via her eyes. Lyle.
I don't think I have a lot to add to that. Honestly, I was pretty quiet last session. I didn't play much of a role in a lot of this. The exploding ship, the Kraken with the anchor in his eyeball, the Oriad Knight Captain, who was very helpful, the giant, let's call her a professor, correct? And then we ended trying to decide whether we should let Katniss live or not. I voted, in the most Lyle way ever to let her live and be happy and peaceful and prosper. And, yeah. I think I'll pass it to Bonti now.
Well, the sword got a lot of use from breaking the charms on the captain of the Courageous, the crew, Ivy. We find out it hurts the clone a lot. We were discussing whether she's a being or is she a creation, whether she should live, whether she should die, because what means, is it a living being or is it a golem? Me, I didn't want to hurt her anymore, so I really don't like to draw the sword around her because I know how much pain she could be in. Otherwise, I think you all filled in a lot of everything. All I did was just drill the sword and had a nice speedy go because I didn't want to fly, which I didn't. Otherwise, I'll pass it over to Ida.
Yeah, most has been said already. I flew so hard that my wings actually hurt. I don't think I ever flown that fast before. To try to warn you guys. We are currently back at the mansion. And getting Katniss to bed. We should definitely not kill her. She acts like a person and should be treated as a person. Is Ida's stand on that? We are going to meet the Admiral, I think, at 8 o'clock, at 8 bell tonight. And I suggested we get some rest before that. Has she on a gun?
Most has been said. The Kraken was able to attack the ship and drag it down, destroying all evidence we could have saved, because under the influence of the vampire, Ivy lowered a barrier around the port, or even the city. I'm not sure how far that reached. And Ivy and Rain were able to put it up again, but only after the Kraken destroyed the ship. So at least the Kraken was not able to go on rampage even more. And yeah, we are back at the mansion. Rain also voted for Katniss to stay alive because she just doesn't want to see people hurt. And yeah, while Tasha is trying to figure out if Katniss still have any connection to her maker, you could say, Rain is studying a druidic statue that she found in the mansion. Back to the GM.
Right. Mr. Lyle seems to have a finger up.
Nope.
Very well. Mr. Lyle did not have a finger up. It's just my eyes that are not working properly. If I've understood y'all correct, you've taken a rest, gotten some sleep, food.
Well, I mean, we did want to investigate Katniss before the long rest.
You did want to do what with Katniss?
Investigate if there is any tethers left to her creator, so he cannot spy on us.
Ah, yes. How is Tarsha planning to do that?
Magic? She'd probably just, I don't know, try to look at the fabric of magic potentially still clinging to Katniss and see if there is any sort of threats that are not belonging where they should be.
Right. That's what Tasha's been doing. Mr. Evrock.
It's kind of hard to get a long rest when we have to see an admiral at 8 bells, which I believe is only like 4 hours away.
Roughly 6 hours away.
6 hours.
Considering you're in a mansion with servants and bats and food and everything, I'm gonna say that a 4 or 5 hour rest there would be the equivalent of a long rest in a camp tenting. Because you have a much more comfortable possibility of resting than shivering under some wool blankets, trying to warm your boots close to the fire and make sure your nose doesn't fall off from the cold.
Can I short rest and like go to the top of the mansion and like take a look around through the windows and stuff and see if I can see anything abnormally watching us? I know the Hell Knights are like patrolling down below, but I would just like to keep an eye on the sky, as it were.
Very well. Give us a perception check, Mr. Lyle.
That would be a 32, sir.
Lyle is fairly confident that something roughly the size of Belly Tumbler and invisible is moving about, both flying and moving on the roofs. At least 2 creatures like that, but without any magic to pierce the veils they've weaved around themselves. He can't properly identify them. Although he notices that they do seem to spook any animals, especially the notoriously brave Lightbridge pigeons, anytime they get close to them.
So everybody else is like long resting, right? Can
As
I
far as I'm
find?
aware.
Can I find the seneschal?
Ebert.
Ebert,
Yes.
yes.
Yes, Ebert is also well, he's making a show of dusting and polishing woodwork and that sort of thing, but he is quite obviously on a patrol route around the rooms that people are sleeping in.
I'd like to flag him down.
Yeah, he looks up and Master Lyle, what can I do for you, my friend?
Well, I have this problem. I don't sleep so well these days, you know. I was gonna ask you. I happened to notice something while looking out the windows, and you know, I have this paranoia thing. It's not really paranoia if they are out to get you, right?
I feel that a healthy dose of paranoia has never really been to anybody's detriment. At least not in Lightbridge, where you can be fairly certain that someone is about out to get you, even if it's only your purse. In your case, being famous adventurers, I would be surprised if nothing was out to get you. How can I be of assistance, good sir?
Well, I am not a magically inclined individual, and I would hate to presume of your talents and abilities. I just wanted to maybe point out a couple of things and saw if maybe you could give me a different perspective on them, perhaps.
Feel free, good sir. Ask away, and I shall answer as best I can.
Well, I'm sensing something large and flying lurking around the roofs. Is that normal around here?
No, that is even for Lightbridge, that is an exotic happening. Most of the things lurking around the roofs have daggers and soft boots, not magic available. Although there are some assassins that are actually mages. But you would not know if they were there.
So, do you have anything available to you, perhaps, that might help me pierce some sort of magic that would keep these things cloaked from my vision? Or should I perhaps wait for one of my more magically inclined friends to awaken?
Yeah, I do believe I have one thing that could help you. Please follow me to the study of the Manor Lord, and he leads
Certainly.
the way to Ida's office.
Any help you can give me? You know, perhaps we could do a check. I know you're very busy with the cleanliness of this home. I wouldn't want to interrupt you in your duties, but I could use any assistance you can offer.
Absolutely, my good man. I will do the best I can. He takes out a small case with a satin, blue satin lining. Inside it rests an ornate gold lorgnette that he passes over to Lyle.
Is that a monocle?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you very much, good sir. And if you found your way up towards the roof and heard maybe some weird noises, feel free to assist me, because might get a little rambunctious sometimes, you know.
I shall do my best, good sir. Although, should they enter the mansion property proper, we have defenses against that sort of shenanigans.
All I needed to know. And then I'll squint my most monocle-looking self and give him the most dramatic bow I can and head my way back up.
Right. Now, looking through the monocle, Lyle can see that there are two fairly large demons flying around, keeping an eye on the mansion.
Are they like familiar-looking demons, or are these new friends?
Well, Lyle's not Lyle's not the most well versed when it comes to demons.
I just meant demons we had physically seen before, not like mental trap things.
He has seen these things. I'm gonna show you an image here. And he recognizes them as pestilence demons.
Okay. Well, I've never fought one of these, so I doubt he would know. But I'm just gonna, while everybody's taking their long rest, like I said, I'm gonna smash my short rest. I'm just gonna keep an eye on these things out the window as best I can.
Yeah, he notices that they're avoiding crossing into the property. They can seems like they can sense where the wards are placed, and they're also making sure that they're on the opposite side of the mansion from the nail commander from the Lawbringers.
Does this monocle that I've got have like a little chain that I can attach to my shirt or something neat like that?
Absolutely, it does.
100% gonna do that then. And then that will be what I will do while they're sleeping.
Right. So 4 hours later, you've all had yourself a nice nap, and are gathering up in the library again, being served cucumber sandwiches and strong tea, in addition to water with cut up pieces of strawberry in it to flavor it.
Laney wanders in and sort of sidles over to Lyle and says, "See anything interesting out the window?"
Me at the window?
I saw you.
Laney, you know that I'm a sound sleeper. I don't know what you mean.
Come on, Lyle. There's something's crawling around the outside. If you know more than I do, please tell me.
Yeah, there's some very large demons flapping around out there keeping an eye on us, but I was just gonna tell everybody when we all gathered, because they don't appear to want to come play just yet.
That's fine. I've got an itch at the back of my neck telling me something's out there. At least you know about it.
Yeah, I kept an eye on them. I don't imagine they'll come here. They'll probably wait until we decide we're leaving today.
One more thing to worry about.
Like it matters.
Thanks, Lyle.
One more thing to worry about what? Ida is grumpy and walks straight over to a mug of tea. Sniff it, realizes it's not coffee, and downs it anyway.
We can gather after everybody's
this.
more awake.
Lyle's been keeping an eye out. He saw something. I could feel
Good.
it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure Tonka gets a nice breakfast and sit down myself. And like I said, I'm gonna wait till everybody gathers before I say anything.
More like dinner.
Or dinner. Yeah, that sounds good.
Snacks!
Yeah, Ebert's set out a huge bowl of whale meat for Tonka.
Ooh, nice sandwich! And Rain comes flying straight to the table with the sandwiches, ignoring everyone else. Oh, you're here as well? Oh, hi!
Good morning, afternoon, evening, Rain. Hello there. At least you
It's easy,
seem very
right?
awake. Well, I'm starting to get used to short nights, to be honest, so I don't feel too tired.
It's a comfortable place to sleep, at least.
True. More comfortable than the wilderness.
Everything's more
Oh,
comfortable than the wilderness.
I love the room I have been given.
Well, personally, my old mentor's bed needs changing. Mattress is not what it was.
I mean, you can take it up with the mistress of the house.
Ida, would Ebert to know where the spare mattresses are?
Spare mattresses? We have several spare rooms. Why would we have spare mattresses?
Because the room's in a good position, dearest.
Not all of us want to sleep where people know we can be found.
You can just borrow a mattress from another room.
Think
Or
I'll do
we
that.
have a stockpile or something in the basement.
I'll check with Ebert later.
Don't tell me that after sleeping weeks or months in a jungle, suddenly you find flaw with a mattress.
Far
It's
too comfortable.
it's where the spring sticks up into my back. It's really irritating. At least in the jungle, when it was a rock, I could reach under my blanket and move it.
I mean, I can fix your mattress later if I still have some powers left.
Or you should take a look and see if there's something inside that mattress, because these mattresses are really fucking expensive and I don't think they should be falling apart.
What if
God, something might
our
have been hidden in it.
opponents? Yeah, what if they imprinted the mattress with memories to stab us in the back?
Cousin, if you've been drinking the tea.
Look, you gotta have some
I
gallows
hand
humor.
Tasha a small bottle of something brown as well, laughing.
You gotta have some gallows humor, okay? Maybe they clone a mattress. You never know. It would be cunning. Who would? Just saying. I think that would be a cunning plan. Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should clone mattresses, deliver it to them, and then backstab them through the mattress. Just weave a portal inside that they don't see, and then it's just like opening the portal and be like stab, stab, stab.
Rain takes out a little notebook and scribbles something down. Very perceptive people may think to read the word prank list.
This is why I love you, Tasha.
And this
I wish someone thought of that a long time ago. That's a good idea.
is why I'll continue to use Tonka as a pillow, because I'm not sleeping on any mattress in this house.
You're a spoil
They've
sport.
been slept on for years, Lyle. I think they're safe.
Says the one who's getting stabbed in the back at night.
Yeah, well, you have to remember, I have my old mentor's room. It's right next door to the master bedroom, and it's an assassin's bedroom. Lord only knows what he's hidden in there. It could be gold, it could be a
I
weapon.
think what she's getting at is she's into being stabbed in the back.
Also, don't forget, like, come on, winter gets stabbed by spring every year.
Right. Having gathered in the library, you hear a long, loud horn from outside. Denizens of Lightbridge would recognize that horn as something that's very rarely blown and signifies a major threat coming from the unused parts of the city.
What the actual?
Oh, that's bad news.
Can someone else take care of this for once? I mean, come on, we're just guests, right?
I'll go check the door. I'm gonna go out there with my doggo.
I'm gonna follow Lyle.
Looks
Going
like
out.
it's gear up time.
As you start exiting the door, Appius Catanius, the lictor of the nail of the lawbringers, comes up to you and looks at Victor. Sir, I've seen my share of riots in different cities, and this one's about to blow.
That was the rumor we had heard upon entering the city, is early autumn riots.
They're early.
Yes, one of the centurions here is a native of Lightbridge. According to him, this isn't shaping up to be just a common autumn riot.
With multiple members of the council compromised by vampires, I would not be surprised if it has been engineered.
From what we're hearing, the city guard have been setting their boot down pretty hard on the rioters and people gathering in groups. Also, in the process, killing a lot of civilians who had nothing to do with it, and enraging the populace even more.
Do we
That's not
know
usual.
which council member is in charge of the city guard?
That would be the high priests of Turris.
Another tie back to him then.
Indeed,
Looks like it.
let's see, where did I?
Can I slip the monocle on and take a look around and see if I can see those demons while they're talking?
Yes, you can. They've made Billy big steps and made some distance between them and you. You don't seem to be their primary targets.
Okay, then I won't say a word. I will just let them continue on with what they're saying.
Do we have any idea where the riots are currently taking place at?
We know that it started in the docks, and there was massive rioting in the trade quarter, but something has scared people away from the trade quarter. It seems now the elite soldiery of the city are gathering there to try to defend against an unknown threat.
Where are those knights normally stationed?
Normally, they patrol the city in smaller groups, aiding the city guard, and also provide security to the different council members. They're also known for their own forays into the dead part of the city to try to keep the monster population in check there.
Wait,
Which council members are not supporting the High Priest?
Well, ma'am, I haven't been in the city long enough to have a proper understanding of the city's inner politics, but I am fairly confident that there is a civil war brewing between the council members.
When these guards are supposed to guard the council members, this could be an opportunity to kill the ones that I don't like.
I'd say you're
Yeah, but that's
thinking on the
normally
right
done
way,
with.
Ray.
One of you has to go first, you know?
Ida?
Oh, for...
But that's normally done with assassins and poisons rather than city-wide riots.
You use the riot to lower their personal guard, so the assassins have an easier time of it.
Normally not a problem.
I mean, at the moment, we do have two warring groups of assassins in the city.
Should just make it so cheaper.
Are you trying to make me poor, Ida?
I'm paying you now. I would definitely like a discount.
Have two assassinated, pay for one.
I love you, dearest, but not that much.
You can. It is starting to get dark. You can see an orange, dull orange light in the skies from fires starting to spring up in different places in the city.
How
We should
close?
probably...
Go ahead.
No, start.
How close are we to the 8 bell?
It's about half an hour away.
So, something we should all keep in mind when we decide to head out is that I definitely saw us being watched last night by some flappity-fly demon boys. But they appear to be looking for something else, is what I'll say. Because they're not currently near us. But we should still probably be careful, I would assume.
What do you mean they're not looking for us? Everyone is always looking for us.
They appear to be off doing something else. Maybe they're on lunch break, I'm not exactly sure.
Maybe we should offer them lunch and hire them for our causes.
If you could
Hire
see...
demons.
If you could see what I see, you would not offer them lunch, my dear.
Well, I can see what you can see. How can I see what you can see?
You got the wiggly fingers, use your magic.
Fine.
When you say they aren't watching us, but they watch the mansion, maybe they want something inside the mansion.
Maybe
valid
they want
point.
Ebert. Maybe they want Katniss. That reminds me, Victor, I actually have to talk to you about Katniss for a second later.
Whenever it pleases the Duchess.
The Duchess, well, it's not really the time now, I guess.
Well, it's not a gang. It's not a tide of were rats from the sewers, at least. And it's the riot, and we should probably let the guard handle that. So we should just get ready to go to the halfway house.
I'm just concerned that, well, all of this is probably just a huge distraction maneuver for something.
That's fair. I just figured I would point out what's going on, and maybe we should all go inside and check some things out and prepare for our journey.
I'd say that's a good idea. I don't believe in coincidence.
You hear a mighty roar from the trade quarter that you can recognize as, well, it sounds draconic, but more hollow and flat than any dragon roars you've ever heard.
Is that also normal for the riots?
And the dragons,
No.
not a chance.
Could it be the Dracolich? It's a hollow roar, not your normal dragon roar.
I agree.
Oh, that's
Captain,
right.
what should we do?
I feel like we should have the lictor here ensure that our guests in the manor remain safe. We should go to the halfway house and take care of our business. And we should continue as planned because we do not have enough information to act otherwise. Going to the riot seems like a poor idea. I do agree that it's a distraction, but there's too many cards in the deck to know what they're distracting us from. Or if
There
it's a
are too many
distraction even meant for us.
possibilities. Yes, there are too many possibilities at the moment.
You can hear cannons firing from down in the dock district and on the walls overlooking the sea part of the city's borders.
And the city seems to be equipped to handle whatever incursions happen to be occurring.
And also maybe if it's really this Dracolich, maybe the Dracolich and the Krakenlich don't get along really well and they just take out each other, there's always a chance.
No, the barrier is up again. He can't get in. He can't get in. Nope.
Can you say that again, but slower?
The barrier is up again. He can't get in. No.
Good point.
But he teleported out. Remember? Who says
Could
he
he have
can't
been
teleport?
forced to do so?
Yeah, or he teleported himself in or out if he's a lich. But I agree with Victor. We should continue our we have that meeting with the admiral in a half hour, so we should continue that. But be on guard.
Always, sir. Let's put on our gear and let's get going.
I slept in my I kicked back in my gear, so
Right. You quickly gear up, spending only a couple of minutes doing that. So you're experienced adventurers. While the rest of you are waiting outside, you can see in the distance city guard and city soldiers clashing with civilians who are now just sprinting towards them, running straight into their spears and pikes, trying to and biting and clawing at them. As Lyle looking through the monocle can see that the veins in the bodies of the citizens are black with some sort of foul magic, and city guardsmen and soldiers who get bitten seem to be afflicted quite quickly with the same sort of issue.
I'm going to give Tasha a nudge and be like, did you actually wiggle your fingers and do any magic sight?
No. Tasha's gonna cast a detect magic, just trying to see what Lal can see, or at least feel it through whatever primal magic is given to her.
Yeah, as she casts detect magic, she can also see that the citizens that are attacking the town militia are obviously afflicted by some sort of of magical, well, hard for her to say, effect at least.
I think we might need the captain for this, or at least well, I think his sword might be able to help. I'm not sure though.
This might be a bit much for that, but I mean, I'm open to whatever you have to suggest at this point, because I know I don't want to get bit by one of those.
I wonder if you, Rain, and I maybe just put our forces together, we could create something that just stops them in their tracks, just like vines or anything that just makes them stop physically for now.
I personally can't do anything except ask them aggressively to stop with bows and arrows.
Lyle, you literally helped us make a pile of graves into a beautiful cemetery.
I could teleport us back to Louisenthal.
No. But don't you have any primal energies here? It's a city, but it's still, you're still powerful.
I'm gonna be like staring off in the distance while she says that, and I'm gonna be like, I mean, I'll help you with whatever it is you want to do, Tasha, but maybe we need everybody out here, because those demons I saw last night, I'm pretty sure are directly responsible for what's going on. I don't know if stopping them is going to be a thing, or if we want to, like, and I'm going to point towards one of the demons, like in the area.
Yeah, it's very, even with the just a detect magic, it's very difficult to see anything that's invisible. But Tasha catches a glimpse every now and then of the magical threads of invisibility spells without being able to pinpoint exactly where the creature is.
Yeah, we should get the captain. I mean, if you want to set up a barrier or something, let's do it, but we should have everybody out here to talk about this for sure.
Tasha just nods, starting to cast Vital Beacon until the others return.
Yeah.
And you can see that she kind of becomes restless, and she's like, you can see like a crackling of lightning around her fingertips, and especially Lyle knows this as a sign that she just wants to shoot stuff out of the sky.
Yeah. Doesn't take long before Evrock and Victor and the rest who need to armor up are out there. Evrock is in his armor, so he's actually fairly
I was already out there. I said I was all set to go.
Yep. So Evrock's out there.
Guys, I'm positive the things I saw last night are directly responsible for some sort of plague or something. I don't think this is going to be a riot the way that you think it is. I think we're going to have a different problem entirely. And Lyle just keeps looking to the skies.
I'm gonna try to follow his gaze and see what he sees, even if I'm not expecting anything.
Yeah, no, you can't really see anything.
Victor's gonna cast see invisibility on himself.
I'm gonna draw a sword.
Right. So as Victor casts see invisibility, he can see that there are 3 of the demonic bird creatures flying about over different parts of the city.
How far away are they?
Closest one would be about 500 yards in a straight line.
How interesting.
What can you see, Victor? And where? And do you know what it is?
Would that be a religion to identify the demons?
Would be a religion roll indeed.
$25?
Well, let's see.
Plague demons. Currently performing some form of a ritual.
That sounds like something we could be late for dealing with before we go meet the Admiral.
Quite.
Certainly sounds like something we want to stop.
How do all these people always start rituals around us and we notice too late?
I mean, if we started a ritual in the house, no one would notice either. Lightbridge is a big city.
There's enough ambient magic here.
Inside.
There's a roar as a group of about 50 of the afflicted storm towards the gates of the manor. As they get in within around 120 feet of Evrock, they scream, falling down on their knees and going limp as they enter the aura of his sword.
Well, we know the sword will definitely affect him.
At least we don't have to worry about the afflicted bothering us terribly much.
Thankfully so.
Yeah. As long as we stay within 50 feet of the captain.
But are they still alive? Are they healed now?
Just one way to find out.
Walk up to one.
Right, Rain flies up to one of the afflicted. You can see it's a young woman in her mid-20s, wearing a nightgown. Her feet and hands are worn down almost to the bone. She's fallen over and is blood is slowly leaking from her eyes and ears and nose. She is quite obviously dead.
Rain looks up to the others, and you can see the sadness in her eyes.
We need to stop them before they make any more then.
We need to stop them now.
Well, it looks like
I'm afraid you'll have to lead
whoever
the way,
can fly
Captain.
must.
Red lines to the rescue. What else is new? Let's go.
I take to the skies.
Screw the disguise. Swords out.
I take to the skies. I fly.
So you take your disguise. I didn't hear you. To the sky.
Right, yeah,
Be careful out there.
Because of her accent.
I thought you said you tape your disguise, and I was like, huh?
Eh?
Try me.
But she takes to the skies. She
Exactly.
I was like taping on a fake mustache or something. Huh? As Ida takes to the skies, she sees that the situation is well, the entire city is pretty much in turmoil at the moment.
This is bad, people. Really bad.
The 50 that dropped, are they dead?
They are dead. Very much
My
so.
sword is killing them, is what you're saying.
Well, it's at least removing the whatever affliction is making them move after dying.
So they're undead.
Oh, they're dead.
Hard to say. You don't get an undead vibe from them either. It's more like a demonic plague type situation.
They're probably better off dead then.
Are
We
we
gotta take these flying creatures out. I don't know how I'll do it, but we'll have to do something.
are we sure that's the best course of action? Are we really trying to stop an entire city of demons from themselves? Shouldn't we be going and trying to figure out like what is actually going
Should be
on?
dealing with the flyers.
That's
And
what I'm
there's
trying to think.
definitely
How are we
nothing
gonna
left
deal
of
with
the
fly?
city to save.
Yeah, but who sent the flyers and what are they doing? Isn't that who we should be looking for? Like,
I have a good idea who sent the flyers, and we can only put out one fire at a time.
something, the snake and the head and all that?
As
Killing
your
the summoner won't stop the demons.
Ida's flying, a golden armored man flies up next to her. No visible wings, but he is wearing chainmail that looks like it's made of gold. And his naval uniform is now in tatters over the chainmail. Sir Theron looks at Ida and like,
Sir?
Duchess, me and my compatriots will deal with that one. Says and points at the demon closest to the navy yards.
We'll go for the main group over there.
One over by the Temple of Turris.
Yeah.
Right. Godspeed to you. Listen.
May Allah protect.
Draws one long sword in each hand and flies towards the flying pestilence demon down by the docks.
I can try to get one to the ground. Maybe I prepared the spell Earthbound once. If that helps.
Yep. People, what's our plan?
Well, I have a broom and I have lightning, so I'm gonna go up and shoot some lightning. And try not to die. That's my plan.
Feel like we should be in like a tight knit thing, walking with the captain leading the way, in my opinion.
I mean, I can shoot lightning from below as well, I suppose, if they are not too far up in the skies.
I agree with you, Lyle.
get in position beneath the demon and then try to fly
Bring
up
him
and
down.
drag it down.
Yep. So it's off toward the Temple of Taurus. That's the nearest one, correct?
Correct.
Can we see them by now?
Can you see what now? The
If
demon?
we can see, are they visible now or still invisible?
They are still invisible, so it's Victor and Lyle keeping them spotted with their respective magics at the moment, or at least giving you a general sense of where they are. As you approach the Temple of Taurus, you're about 300 feet from the demon. It's flying over the square next. There's a trail of bodies the entire way leading back to the mansion. At least a couple of hundred of the afflicted who just charged towards you and died when they got too close to the sword. Your negative feelings about that are probably somewhat mitigated by the cheering of the embattled city guard and other civilians as they are rescued from roving bands of plague zombies. As you pass by, they simply drop dead instead of biting and infecting people.
Dying quickly is probably better than to keep living with that thing. I also.
Still too
Yeah.
bad.
You see Magistrate Spiegelman leading a squad of clerics of Taurus, very heavily armored, with plate and halberds, and then rallying surviving civilians and troops. She looks up at Ida and goes, "Duchess, is your mansion secure?"
As far as we know, nothing seems to get in there.
Very well. With your permission, we'll use it as a rallying post to gather at the survivors in this quarter.
Feel free.
She looks up at Victor and nods at him gravely. I think both you and me know what's the cause of this, War Chaplain. We didn't have a chance of breaking our way into the temple.
Is there heavy resistance at the temple itself?
I'd say roughly 60% of the garrison there are afflicted by something that changes their minds to. And they've fortified it, and as you know, all temples of Taurus are made to be very fortifiable indeed.
There's a trio of plague demons overhead.
Well, it's a good thing we have a war chaplain around here then, because I really don't have any idea how I'd kill one of those. Unless you
Swords
can
and
actually
fire
beat
is
them
how
to
you
death.
kill everything.
Right. We'll rally at the manor. Give us the time to gather any surviving civilians and send us a message if you need us.
The lictor is at the manor. He shall help with defending.
Excellent. You should find the admiral in the next in the square next over.
Great, so we're not the only one late.
Can you point me the direction where the demon is as exactly as you can? I could help with the invisibility of that thing.
I have some dispel magic. I could take a broom up there and dispel it.
I'll guard you while you do that, but we should
It
probably talk to the
also
Admiral
shouldn't
first.
maintain its invisibility after we engage it in combat.
Hopefully.
Right. What are your plan?
I believe we're heading to go rally the Admiral, let him know what's going on, and then we're going to go to the Temple of Turris.
Yes.
Very well. As you enter the next city square, you can see that on there are 3 entrances to the square in front of the Temple of Turris. The doors are barred, but you can't see any of the clergy or the attached Templars. What you can see are waves of city guardsmen and other civilians. They don't seem afflicted by the plague, but for Lyle, looking at them through the monocle, there's a like a red glow over their heads and eyes that dims a bit when they get close to Evrock, but even his sword is not enough to fully dispel it. Holding the square are roughly 2 companies of Navy troopers from probably taken from Navy ships. And standing in the middle of the square, there's an elderly human dressed in a very nice admiral's uniform with a breastplate made of some sort of exotic minerals, holding a saber and a matchlock pistol, and giving orders to the different troopers. And when she sees you, she comes running over. Ah, you must be the adventurers that Theron told me about.
Pretty much.
Very well. What the hell is happening to my city?
You've got a trio of plague demons casting a ritual over your city, and this is the result. We need to interrupt the ritual and also stop the mastermind behind the plan.
Very well. Do you know if these plague demons are connected to the Dracolich that just attacked the dead quarter next to the merchant's quarter, and is now rallying what looks like thousands of undead?
Call it a hunch, but likely. The mastermind behind this has been a vampire lord.
Son of a... I'll have his ashes in the bottom of my latrine before the day is over.
I don't think we'll
Creative.
get that lucky. All we can do is interrupt his chain of minions he has implanted in the city.
But if we can, we'll definitely help you with that.
Longer term goals, that.
While they're talking, I want to nudge Tasha, and I want to be like, do you see that red glow over there?
Does she, DM?
She can't see the not with a simple detect magic.
Okay.
Can Tasha surmise that the very new monocle gives Lyle the power to see stuff? Like, is she like, must be the monocle he's wearing, because then she's just gonna grab his monocle and is like, ah.
Well, yes, being a sorceress, Tasha can recognize a magical monocle. She's fairly certain that Lyle has never had any problems with his eyesight.
Yeah.
And he doesn't strike her as the type of person to take up wearing a monocle just for fun.
So she's just gonna squat down and, like, shoulder to shoulder and just borrows his monocle. Which direction did you say?
Yeah, now she can see the reddish glow of it's hard for her to pinpoint what kind of effect it is. But whatever it is amazingly powerful from a spellcasting perspective to affect so many people over such a long range, long area of effect.
I will-
Does she know what she can do against? Does she know if or what can be done against it? If she can disrupt it, or
Well, she'd need to speak with somebody well versed in demonology. Mr. Lyle.
I will put both of my hands on either side of Tasha's face and just point her towards the fountain.
Yeah. Pointing her towards the fountain, she can see a big, purple and blue fish-like demon sitting invisible in that fountain, waiting for anybody to get close.
And I'll whisper, "Don't freak out."
so
She also sees a couple of assassins under invisibility sneaking up on the admiral as she is exchanging pleasantries with Ida and Ebrock.
I'd like to make Tonka go to try to knock the admiral out of the way. And I'm going to yell, "Surprise."
Right, give us an athletics roll for Mr. Tonka? Mr. Tonka.
It's Sir Tanka. He was
It is
knighted.
actually Sir Tonka. He has been knighted. I forgot about that. Yeah, he manages to tackle the admiral and move her away from the assassins, but she is surprisingly strong and resists instinctively. So her and Tonka end up in a tangle of limbs, with her trying to make him tap out.
To arms!
It's not working very well.
Wait, is there before anything happens? Is there people around the fountain aside from the demons and stuff?
No,
No civilians.
not that you can see.
Tasha puts a cloud kill on the
Right.
fountain.
And we are on to initiatives, which I've already rolled. Hurrah! With an earth-shattering kaboom, the big demon lands up, well, you can see where it is. Shattering the stones in the road and screeching out something very unpleasant in demonic. Let's see, what would this thing do, I'm wondering. Oh. Yeah, it's just gonna shoot its longbow at Ida.
Who is shooting at me?
The demon.
There's two on the map. Which one?
The one with the wings. Well, that doesn't help. The one that's not purple and blue.
Okay, the one straight in front of us.
Yes, that would be correct. And it gets off a shot. Ida just manages to dodge the very large arrow that shears a couple of hairs from the side of her head as she leans back and gets away from it. And the next one
Matrix
to
style.
act is actually Evrock.
That must be a wrong roll.
Yeah, you're not on top of the initiative queue very often, but it does happen.
So I can see both demons.
You can see both demons, indeed.
Okay, which one? Well, I'll have to go to one toward the well. It's closest.
Right. As Evrock moves up towards it, he feels its aura trying to make him heavy and tired and drag him down. But a flare-up of fire from the sword quickly dispels the malignant effect. I'm guessing that was a triple move from you, not being so very fast.
Yeah, I gotta double check my movement.
Evrock, strong ox. Yeah, 15. That would be.
Yeah, so yeah, it's a triple move.
Right. Seems that Evrock needed to go do something. That's fine. Popping out of the... let's see if I can get an image up here for you guys. Popping out of the fountain. One of these guys, wielding a kukri, jumps and spins, deftly avoiding any attacks Evrock could have made, and tries to slash him in the back. But it's kukri. But the only thing it manages to do is get a sort of a nails on blackboard sound as the knife shears off of Evrock's plate armor and doesn't really do much. Or bullet plate armor, to be more correct. Which takes us to Laney.
Okay. Okay, Laney's going to run up behind the Denzian that just blocked up.
Very well. That's one action. And she is now flanking it.
Rapier attack.
Well, that's a critical.
And then she's going to move out of strike range.
Ooh. Right, give us some damage on that rapier critical, please.
Will do.
And a d8, please.
Don't forget your sneak attack.
And the sneak attack.
I've forgotten. What's the sneak?
3d6 should be for you.
There we go.
Right, moves up, stabs that thing straight in the back. It screams in pain, but it's still up and running. It hasn't fallen down yet. Which takes us to Mr. Victor.
Victor's going to cast heroism on himself.
Ooh. So he goes into sexy hero pose and casts the spell. Right, except for that, what's he gonna do?
And then I was reading what I had to do for this other one. And then I would like to enter into my inspiring martial stance.
Yes.
It's a diplomacy check. And then I need to know what degree of success I have. It
You
says
have
usually a standard difficulty DC.
you have a critical success at the moment.
Okay, so I have a 20-foot emanation that grants +1 status bonus to attack and saves against mental effects.
Excellent.
And that's my turn.
Right. Victor looks properly heroic, and you all feel emboldened and inspired by him. That takes us to Tonka.
So Tonka's currently still tangled up with the Admiral, I would assume.
Yeah, although the Admiral has now realized that Tonka is friendly and has stopped trying to do a full Windsor on Tonka.
Okay, so that does that take one of his actions or what?
No. He's free to act.
Okay, so this like giant hay bale, is there anything like going on? Like what am I looking at like directly to this area over here in front of me?
Well, there's a giant hail bale there that you can't see over. But Tonka is snuffling in the general area and fairly certain there's something behind it.
I'm going to have him hold back for a minute and kind of just hover over me now and in this area right here.
Right. So he's basically ready to charge whatever should pop up, if I understand
Yeah.
it correctly.
Like I was trying to protect the Admiral, so I'm just gonna try to give her time to get up and like give everybody time to figure out where they're going.
Gotcha. That takes us to Rain. Yay!
Well, I mean, there is a nice target in water, and I have something called Lightning Storm.
Ah, yes.
So that's what I'm gonna cast over there.
Right. And how does that work? Do you have to roll to hit, or does it need to roll to save?
Let me have a look for a second. Basic reflex save.
Very well. Yeah, it's gonna take full damage from that. 21 electricity damage. Right. Lightning strikes the drowning devil, the Sargaglon as they're known, and some of the scales on it pops. Luckily, Evrock is standing right outside the fountain and does not get electrocuted. That takes us to which of these bros is this? That would be that guy. Yes, indeed. So this guy pops up next to Laney and gets to make an attack before Tonka charges because he comes in out from his invisibility. Pops out of invisibility and promptly throws his kukri into the fountain with a splash. And then it's Tonka's turn.
Okay, well, Tonka would like to charge up here and take a bite.
Rawr.
Rar.
Tonka does not appreciate anybody attacking his favorite chew toy.
That would be a 27, sir.
That is it, good sir.
And then an 11 on the trip and 36 damage.
36 damage. Ooh. On the trip does not succeed. These things are crazy agile, so it goes down onto the ground and just instantly pops up again. But it definitely knows it's been in a fight, having been bitten by Tonka. Right, which takes us to Tasha.
Woohoo!
Ta-ta, Tasha.
Tasha casts haste on Ida. Then she steps slightly in front of Rain. And that's it.
Very well. He hastes. Yep. Okay. Out from the chimney. Let's see if we can find a picture of this thing for you. One of these bros pops up out of invisibility again, reading a scroll and obviously casting some sort of spell, which I will get to as soon as I find it here. There we are. See, 10-foot radius. 10-foot radius? Man, I thought that was a lot better. Well, it casts a spell dropping a flame strike onto Tasha, Ida, and Rain, who all have to give me a DC 23 reflex save. That is a critical success for Tasha and Ida.
In a second, I have to roll the physical dice.
That's fine. Knowing that you're German and Germans genetically can't lie, we will trust your dice rolls implicitly.
Rolled a 17, and my reflex is 17.
So that is a critical success from all three of you. I'm pretty certain that Lengul did not see that coming, as a pillar of unholy fire drops, and all three just epically dodge it and take absolutely no damage.
It's just a jump to the left.
Yes, jump to the left, jump to the right.
Right.
And you do it just fine. A little bit of Ida in his life, a little bit of
There's
Tasha
gonna
on
be a
his
lot
mind,
more of Ida.
a little bit of Rain is all he needs.
A little bit of lightning and the enemy bleeds.
Yes, indeed. This thing decides that it does not actually want to be standing in a fountain full of friggin' lightning. And a door opens in reality in front of it, and it exits here instead. And then I'm gonna need a DC 26 Fortitude from Tasha.
I stir.
So there's no
Nope,
way I could
nope.
get an opportunity strike on that.
Nope.
Not when it steps through reality.
It's cheating. It's not following the laws of physics.
But my sword can cut through that too, remember?
Yep. But, yeah, Tasha suddenly turns blue. You can see water pouring from her nose and mouth as her lungs have filled with water and she is drowning.
I hate those fuckers.
Last time it was my turn.
I don't think any of you actually like those guys. That would make it Ida's turn.
He's
I'm
drowning my
expecting-
cousin. I definitely don't like him.
I'm expecting someone else to save Tasha, and I'm gonna do what I am absolutely best at, and I'm gonna go kill an undead. So I'm gonna blink up and hover behind the ghoul, and I'm gonna stab him like there's no tomorrow.
You're also cheating and breaking the laws of physics.
With the goddess' help.
Seems like that's going around these days.
Sauce for the goose. If they can do it, so can we.
Okay. So Ida is on fire with her attacks. And hits with one hit. It dodges the rest of them.
And that's gonna double to 30.
Very well. Bloop, it says, as Ida suddenly blinks out of existence and blinks up back behind the ghoul, which seems very surprised. Taking us to
Hi.
Lau. Mr. Lau.
Well then. This is neat. I am going to skirmish strike to the other side of Victor over here. And use the shot against the drowning demon.
Very well.
Be a 30 to hit, sir.
30 to hit. Let me check real quick, like... That is a hit, good sir.
Does a 31 make it a crit?
No, it does not. You would need way more.
I forgot about the bonus from Victor just being himself.
Right, yeah. Victor's standing there looking right epic and making everybody a lot more motivated for carnage and in general mayhem.
So that'd
But
be
I'm still
seven.
assuming 26 is a miss.
So that'd be a 17 damage, sir.
Yes, sir.
And
The
then
arrow hits, and that thing is not happy.
and I'm going to shoot at it. I'm gonna hunter's mark because I should have done that to begin with. I will hunter's mark the drowning demon. And then I will pull an arrow from my quiver. This one is frozen. It's got just straight ice coming off of it.
Ooh.
And then I will take another shot at it. That would
Yes,
not
it
be.
is. Yeah, that one it dodges. It looks like it's kind of scared of ice.
Okay, and so I'm gonna kind of hide behind Victor a little bit here, and I would like to see if I can just make a stealth.
Give it a shot.
I have so many windows, my dice don't want to roll unless I physically throw them.
Yeah, Lyle moves into Victor's cloak, but he never comes out on the other side. None of you are certain where he actually disappeared to.
That would be my turn.
Right. These guys. Whoop. And whoop. Move in on Tasha. And attack her with their kukris. The first one actually hits her, but it doesn't go through the heavy coat she's wearing. And neither does the second one. That coat seems to be more than a bit knife resistant. That takes us to turn 2, where we have one bro fighting Evrock. He's just gonna do his best, really. Goes down into a split, slashes twice at Evrock's thighs, and then pops up, slashes at his head. None of the knife attacks go through Evrock's very heavy bullet plate armor. Up. And yeah, this bro. Gotta remember him. It's let's see here. How do I pick this guy? Excuse. Oh, son of a. That's not what I wanted to do. How did I end up doing that? There we go. Exit. I've got a bit of confusion here with with Roll20 and Fantasy Grounds right now. I'm a bit rusty after being gone for several weeks, but we'll get back into it. Shout something in demonic. And what is this thing gonna do? Well, it's got a bow, and it knows how to use it, so it's just gonna try to put 3 arrows into Laney, really. That is a critical. That, I believe, is a miss. Yep, Laney dodges the second one. And gets hit by the third one. So... plus... that would be 67 damage. And we're gonna need a... let's see, where is this thing? DC 28 Fortitude from Laney as well. As two very large, heavy arrows dripping with just grime and rot punch through her armor and into her side. She grits her teeth and mobilizes her immune system to its highest potential and fights off the fever that threatens to spread from the wound. That takes us to Evrock.
Oh, well, since I can't go after the demon, since I got a guy in front of me, I'm going to do Executioner Strike on this gentleman right beside me.
Oh. Go for it, sir.
Did you say on this German?
Yes, the damn Germans!
I said gentleman beside me.
Okay, sorry. I
Time
misheard.
to whammo some Germans.
42.
That is a critical with the Executioner Strike.
Let me see if I
Just
can
because
remember how to
Monty
do
was
this.
alive for World War II.
Whammo!
That is a
might have been.
whammo.
I might have been. Okay, so it's a critical, so it's also... of Holy.
Yep.
And... 1d10. And he will also be taking 1d10 fire damage per turn.
Yes. Evrock pulls back and focuses. I don't think any of you have ever seen him actually use this move.
Yes, I used it once when we were fighting on the plane. But maybe Tasha's the one that saw that.
Yeah. And in one mighty but very controlled and efficient blow, he just cleaves the assassin straight in two. In addition to feeding the fires in his sword, so that the only thing that hits the ground after the assassin there has been killed is a slightly burnt ruby. He is very, very dead.
Okay, it says minus 3 action. Does that mean that's all my action?
Yeah, it's a 3-action
Okay.
move, but then again, you just saw what it does to minor enemies when you crit with it.
I'll yell to the demon, you're next.
And that takes us to Laney.
Laney's going to shout at the big one, "That hurt, you misbegotten freak!" And then make a short move.
Very well.
Actually, did anybody see me do this, GM? Because I'm behind a bale because I don't see nobody in my party.
True. It's really, really epic, but nobody sees Evrock do it because he's behind a stone block. They just see
I can-
the assassin
really-
being. Yeah, Arrow in it. Ida can see it, but the others don't catch it. They just see the thing getting slashed into two.
Bonte like throws his hands up and looks around. He's like, "Oh man."
Did
They'll
nobody
never
see
believe
that?
it.
They'll never believe it. Yeah. All right.
Okay, let's move to.
And that is one attack with the rapier, and that is a miss. Slips away from the tip of the rapier.
And I'm just going to get out of there.
I'm gonna have to go get some cough syrup. I'll be back in a second. Oh. Oh.
Like to have.
I.
That demon up in the north is in the air, right?
No, it has actually landed to be able to shoot its longbow more effectively. Ah. Ah. My apologies.
Don't apologize.
Did you want to take 5 real quick, Shago? It looks like everybody's like scattered to get drinks and stuff.
Yeah, I think let's take 10 minutes so that I can let this cough syrup work a bit because I'm about to die here.
All right, we'll be
So,
back in 10
we'll be
guys.
right back.
into your prison cell. Hey baby, can you tell I'm not a criminal? Your treasure's seminal. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say. Just find your way and try to stay true. Speak low, stand in your row. Try not to show this life's a show. Try not to glow. Way down below, it's a lot of woe. And that's not a place where you would like to go. I've got cigarettes and brandy, which could come in handy if you just help me loosen up my hand grenades fuse. Baby, don't refuse my truth, but it's up to you not to choose. I want you to stay true to what's right for you. No matter who or know what will others say. Just find your way and try to stay true.
I'll send Tolmar the classical Gorton work.
Yeah, we're already good actually.
But I always appreciate a good Gorkin Mork.
Yes, indeed. In which case, I'll send it anyway. Welcome back, everybody, after the break. Sorry about that. Had to very spontaneously take one to avoid coughing my lungs out. I think maybe Quinn's suggestion of pneumonia might not be too far off the mark here. But we're still going to keep playing, because who cares about a little bit of pneumonia when we have tea with honey and the gaming going on? Anyway, that was Laney's turn. Which takes us to Victor. Mr. Victor.
Yes, I would like to whammo.
Yes, indeed. Feel free to actually whammo.
So I would like to move here. And I would like to smite the dude guy.
Ah, the big whammo. Let us try not to roll a 1. Dang, that was close. But you do hit him. It's whammo time. For 23. Yeah, he's gonna know he's
Hold
been
on.
hit.
I gotta add my smite damage.
Oh, right.
So 46.
Yeah, he definitely knows he's been hit after that. Doesn't look too happy, and starting to wobble a bit on its feet, but it's still keeping the link to Tasha with one hand, drowning her from the inside. Right. Was that Victor's turn?
Yes.
Very well, thank you very much. That takes us to Tonka.
Yeah, Tonka's gonna take a couple of bites at this nerd who's in front of him.
Chomp, chomp, baby.
35.
That is a hit. Not a critical, sadly. Still, he definitely knows he's been bit.
And a 17 to trip, 35 damage.
He is not tripped, being ludicrously dexterous.
Okay. Then I will bite again.
Tonka chomping it up. Let's see if that is actually a hit. I think he manages to dodge that one.
I think I'll pass on his last action, though. I don't want him to roll a 1, so.
Okay, very well. That takes us to Rain.
Yes, and I want to try to dispel the drowning magic.
Very well. Give us a dispel magic roll then.
You have to roll a d20 and add 19 to it.
Yeah. Rain gathers her power and dispels the drowning. Tasha can suddenly breathe again.
And then she will fly up a bit so that the knives of these assassins can't reach her.
Very well. Which is clever, because it's one of those assassins' turn. Yeah, that's not the one fighting Tonka. He's further somewhere. Huh? Nope, that is the one fighting Tonka. He's not really super happy about the fact that he is fighting a big old doggo. He bites. Let's see, what is Tonka's armor class here? Well, he tries to bite Tonka, can't get through the fur. But he's gonna keep at it because it's really the only chance he has of injuring him. Does bite Tonka for 15 damage, and Tonka needs to give me a DC 27 Fortitude. Oh yeah, Tonka ignores the toxins in the bite.
How much damage was that again? 15?
15 damage indeed. Indeed, good sir, indeed. Right, Tasha is no longer dying.
Thank you, Rain. She's gonna step here.
Oh, biscuit. Yes?
And make a channel a lightning bolt through the drowning demon and the demon or the guy in front of her.
Very well. Go for it.
That is save for you, I think. Basic reflex save against
Yes.
29, I suppose.
Oh, well, they both failed and will be taking full damage.
Nice. I should be knowing what that is by now by heart, but I don't. 4d12.
40-12?
4d12.
Ah, yes.
That's
Holy carp, that's a lot of
31 lightning damage plus. Wait a second, I think I have to attack for this feat to take hold. I got a feat that is Dangerous Sorcery. Oh. If the spell deals damage and doesn't have a duration, you gain a status bonus to that spell's damage equal to the spell's level. So that is 31 plus 4. 3. So 34 damage.
So the assassin gets slightly charred, but they are a lot tougher than you would have expected. However, the drowning devil, being made primarily of water, takes the full brunt of Tasha's lightning bolt straight to the chest, and Tasha just explodes it in two. And it screams something very rude and very unthoughtful in demonic as it dissipates and disappears from existence.
Tasha is like,
Sick him, cuz.
now you go stab!
Yeah, bleeding a little here.
So that was impressive.
Come on,
Downright
I'll heal
impressive.
you.
Right, this thing that's fighting Ida just goes for her with its jaws first, trying to bite her. I think that might actually be one of the few hits we actually managed to land on Ida. She is bitten. Meaning we will need a DC 28 Fortitude save from her.
You can do it.
Actually, we will need two DC 28 Fortitude saves from her. One against paralysis and one against fever. That is one success. Oh, but she is paralyzed.
Oh, she doesn't have the +1 from Victor, does she?
Nope, she is not within 20 feet of him. Yep, she is paralyzed. And it goes at her with its claws now that she can't defend herself effectively. Manages to strike 2 criticals there. So that is... 79 damage to Ida. As it starts tearing into her immovable body.
Don't I fall down if I'm paralyzed?
Yeah, but it's holding you up by poking its claws repeatedly into your paralyzed flesh.
This is something they love to do in Wrath of the Righteous when you get there. Don't worry, I learned this mechanic. I called it.
Oh. Well, that's good to know from when I start playing that game. It's Ida's turn. Ida is super paralyzed, so she can't do a dang thing. Which takes us to Lau.
Okay. With the water demon bro dead, I am gonna skirmish strike towards this direction, and I would like to shoot at the ghoul who is eating Ida right now.
Yep. Chomp chomp. 28. Let us see if that is actually a hit. It is not. It manages to dodge the arrow. Right, Ida gets a new save against paralysis, by the way, at the end of her turn. Right, so next turn she'll be back. She can now move again.
You are so dead.
How's a 29 to hit?
The ghoul or me? 29's a hit.
Yes.
The ghoul.
29's a hit. And I'm sleeping on the couch. Tags the ghoul pretty good with the arrow there. Poisoning its butt slightly, or adding acid to its buttock, to be more
And
correct.
cold.
Shooting it in the butt. And cold, yeah. So it's now got a very cold and slightly acidic behind.
And then I'm going to move with my last action to this side of Laney to try to stay between her and the ghoul.
Very well. Right, these guys who are both of them are still going for Tasha. That is a critical.
She does have +8 AC, you know, with the staff in her hand.
So that takes her up to 34. That means it's
Well,
one
it says,
skill.
well, it says +8 shield bonus. She didn't raise shield, so I suppose it's not really active at the moment. So no.
Right,
We'll-
still
we'll-
one critical for 16 damage, but it opens a nasty cut that's going to continue bleeding until it's cured. The other one moves up because it's not as dumb as its friend, and tries to get a flank going. Manages to slash her, but no critical. For another 9 points of damage, and she will take 2d6 bleed on her turn. Right, taking us back to big old pestilent bro. He chitters, looking at Ida staggering, heavily wounded, and fires his longbow at her, or its longbow, and the bowstring breaks. Son of a. I mean, well, that's fortunate. Yay! Hoorah! That's not annoying at all. Anyway, after that, it flies down here. Yep. And breeds a cloud of bloated corpse flies. At Tasha, who needs to give me a DC 28 reflex save. Holy, well, that's half damage from that. Takes 11 damage from the flies, and seems to ignore the poisonous bites of the thingamajiggers, the flies. Right, that takes us to Ebrok.
I take it I can't see anything in the black here.
No, but you've got a pretty good idea of where things are, since you just saw the demon come flying down and land on the other side of the rock. You know it's there.
Well, that's what I'm going to go for then.
I'm guessing you're going to go for the demon.
That's what I'm going for. But I don't know exactly where he is, so I'll move there for now. Okay, thank you.
You've got a pretty good idea.
Yep, I'm swinging.
Yep, he is partially in that square next to you, so you can swing at him to your heart's content.
30.
30. Let's see what's this guy's defenses. That is a hit. Right. You've got yourself targeted, so you're actually attacking yourself for some reason. I was not aware that's a thing we could do.
Me neither. Okay, and I'll do a second attack.
Right. And that is actually a critical hit on the demon.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, Evrock slashes that thing up pretty good. It catches on fire, but doesn't really seem to. Fire doesn't really seem to have much of an effect on it.
Well, the crit is not fire anymore. It's holy damage.
Oh, right. That actually has an effect on it. I forgot about that.
Hey, Evrock, you should check your hit points and make sure you didn't just stab yourself a bunch of
Yeah,
times.
I reset that. I reset that because the damage was actually being put on Evrock's character sheet. It's nice that you can target enemies like that, though. We need to look more at how we do that.
I never knew that. Well, that means I commit suicide. Cool.
Committing Sudoku.
That's
Right.
all. That's my 2 attacks.
Yeah, the demon's pretty slashed up by Evrock's holy blade there. It's Laney's turn.
Okay. Laney will ask Lyle, help Ida. And then... Sorry, but Tasha's got 2 on 1, and family comes first. So she's going to move to flank the lower one.
Note that you're not getting your sneak attack here because Rain has flown out of range of that thing, so she's not threatening it. But that is still a critical.
Okay. Deadly D8 apply.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and
Well, yeah, it. Laney actually runs down, stabs it through the heart with the rapier in one decisive blow, and kills it.
1 down. Yep, she's just going to run out of range again.
Okay. That takes us to Victor of House Arvandus.
Well, I was gonna flame strike, but now there's so many people in the way, I can't. So I'm going to move here.
Very well. Are you perhaps considering the whammo?
I've never whammoed a man in my life. But does a 29 whammo?
That is a hit. It's a small whammo. Well, it's not actually not a very small whammo, because Victor hits like a truck. Smacks it about with the... And that is definitely a critical. That is a whammo. Victor moves up to the denizen of Leng there and just smacks it straight in two with his flamberge, and it falls over in two different pieces. It is very, very dead.
Tasha blows Victor and Laney a kiss. Thank you for helping.
That takes us to Tatanka.
Well, Tonka would like to bite this small nerd who tried to bite him back.
Very well.
Be a 30, sir?
That's a hit. So good, sir. Yeah, he's not in great shape. But he's not. He does not get tripped. And the second one hits. And Tonka closes his mouth around the Dunstan of Length's head, and you hear crunching noises as he takes it off and chews it a couple of times before spitting it out.
And then Tonka
Good
would
boy.
like to use his last action to set up a flank right here.
Very well. Tonka's getting shit done. It's Rain's turn.
It's too far to fly completely to. Oops, what's.
What in the world?
Sorry, it was. I was. My push to talk button, probably. Now, I would try to help Ida. I'm trying to fly to her to heal her with my vital beacon.
What in the... There we go. Just had to... you were trying to move not only to a different battle map, but to another system. If I'd clicked OK on Rain's move, she would have shown up in Only War on Tuesday.
Did we get a sudden hyperspace jump or something?
Very, very close to it. Right. So Rain moves up, heals Ida for 25. That's... Yeah, Vital Beacon does not add the level, does it?
I don't know. I took the dice rolling directly from the vital beacon sheet.
Yeah, I don't think... I think it's heal that actually adds the level. That's okay. Still 25 back to Ida, and she's gonna need it because it's the ghoul's turn, and that ghoul is looking... Actually, now that Rain's close, it looks at Rain, and you can see it salivating. And for those who understand Necrol, it's mumbling something about its favorite snack coming to it. But it's still gonna go for Ida because it's not stupid enough to let her wield that rapier unchallenged. And tries to bite her again. Now that Ida can move, though, she easily dodges the bite. And dodges the claw. And dodges the claw. And it is Ida of Anjou's turn.
My turn.
What in the world is going on this map? Okay. I think Rain's movement has bugged out a bit. If you could see the amount of arrows I'm getting for Rain trying to move somewhere.
And I'm using Smite Evil on it.
Might Evil, yes. The first and the second attacks are hits. The last one is a miss.
So 34 on the first, 30 on the second.
She stabs it twice, and it's obviously very, very injured. That must be the toughest duel Ida's ever fought, because it's still vital and very, very pissed off. Ah, the target friendly, right. Misallow!
Okay. Well. How healthy is this ghoul looking from here?
Oh, looking pretty vital and angry, to be honest. Even though Ida stabbed it 3 times, which usually is enough to kill anything undead that gets too close to her.
So I'll drop the hunter's mark on him then. And I will take a shot at him.
Very well.
That's not the one.
Q! Yeah, Lyle puts an arrow into the roof, which bounces off the shingles. Rain barely dodges it.
And
Second one's a hit.
And so
Be careful there!
28
Is the second
damage.
one? Is the second one a crit?
No, not a crit, but a very good hit.
That'd be a 28 damage with acid, cold, and the piercing.
Yeah, and now it's starting to look tired. It's slowing down a bit from all the damage it's taken, but being undead, it doesn't really need the kidney that Lyle just put an arrow into.
Now, with my last action, I'm going to do one of these numbers and give the salute, and I'm just going to move to the other side of this hay bale right here.
It
I'm still kind
Very
of
well.
ducked behind it, FYI.
got it. And that takes us to Tasha.
Well, as much as Tasha would like to give those enemies some of her very special love, she's gonna move over to Lonnie. Sorry, Lainey. I don't know why I say Lonnie all the time. And use an interaction action to drop a vital beacon on her.
Very well.
40-10, right?
Yes.
And she gets 32 hit points back.
Right.
Thank you, cuz.
You could have just stayed beside me, you know? I was right there. Now go stab things.
Well, that was why I moved.
The demon screeches, this time in Dwarven, at Evrock and shouts, "I will not allow you to disturb the king in bronze!" And then it bites at him. Oh, that's a critical. And it's gonna slash with the claws twice as well.
Or you could use the ladder like you're supposed to and not
Evrock
just eat
easily
chips all over
defends
the
himself
floor.
from both of those claws, but he does get bitten.
I like that you put the stool
For
away so
28
that you could
damage.
reach up into that pile of chips.
Yeah, he's immune
Nice.
to disease, so he doesn't care. So it bites Evrock in the shoulder, and it's Evrock's turn.
Well, in Dwarvish to this demon, I says, "You're next," and I'm using I'm using all three and using the executioner hit again.
Not today is a good day for someone else to die.
And
42.
that is a critical.
I'm a fan.
Evrock, and this time everybody can see Evrock pulling back, focusing his strike, and masterfully moving up, dodging both of the demon's claws, kicking it in the knee to get it down to his level, and taking its head right off.
You should unclick yourself there, Evrock, so you don't murder yourself.
I'm not. I'm clicked on the demon right now in my picture.
I think we need to learn more about the targeting. But yeah, the demon has a
You taking
very
the-
confused look on its face as Evrock just cleanly slices its head right off and screams as the holy fire of the blade destroys it completely instead of letting it discorporate somewhere else. Which takes us to Laney. Lonnie.
Okay. Laney gives Tash a quick kiss on the cheek and then runs off.
Okay then. And that takes us to Victor.
I take 2 move actions to get here.
Very well. Standing at the bottom of the house.
Is the ghoul on the roof? Is that what's happening, or is he also on the
It
floor?
is on the roof, yes.
I'm gonna hurl some fire at it.
I'm gonna hurl some fire. One of my favorite things for you to say. Go for it, good sir. Produce flame. That thing is super flanked, so that is a hit. And Victor, the ghoul is readying up for another round of attacks, but it suddenly catches fire and dies. Yeah, it says. All around you, a lot of smoke from the gunpowder weapons of the naval crews are starting to fill the the square you're in. The admiral gets to her feet. She's been she's been observing your handiwork. And, reaches out her hand to Lyle, actually, being the closest one to where she is. Like, she goes, you're as effective as Sertieron told me. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Countess Lucille Bailey Cavendish.
Excuse
What
me
is
if I
that gonna
don't
look
shake
like?
hands.
Very well.
And then
All
I'm
types
gonna.
of customs in here.
I have something I must do. You want to talk to the Dutch, the Baron, the Captain? I gotta go right at perimeter, and I'm just gonna run over to the dog.
Yeah, she walks over to Tasha.
Who would stumble towards Victor because she still has a bleeding gash in her abdomen, is bleeding out quickly.
I'm going to
Yeah.
step to you and do a lay hand on you.
Yeah, do that. Evrock heals Tasha.
I think Ida needs healing as well, so I will use another vital beacon on her.
Yeah, just use whatever spells you want on your downtime. You don't need to wait for that. She walks over and offers her hand to Tasha and Evrock.
Pleasure to meet you, Admiral.
The pleasure is all mine, Baron, Duchess.
So much for our dinner date.
Well, we'll catch it up once the town stops being on fire. That
I
seems
lie down as well, just standing behind Evrock.
That seems the most pertinent issue at the moment. Now, I feel that it's time to divest some work allotments here. My men can hold the square, but we don't have the power to push in. Can your little warband here deal with High Priest Gnocchi? No, Knepla. How the hell do you pronounce that? High Priest Knepla.
If we can get into the temple, we'll do our best.
We're well expected to be very heavily fortified by the soldiers in there. But if you can get to Knepla, she shouldn't put up much of a fight. She was never much of a warrior, more of a bureaucrat, if you catch my meaning.
How thick are the walls?
Walls, I would estimate them at about a thickness of about 1.5 foot of granite.
The
Is there any-
blessings of Turris will let me just enter the temple.
Oh, that's excellent. If you'll excuse me, then, he says, looking down at one of the flanks where you can see Barbasu demons. It seems I need to go give my men a hand and show these demons that this old girl still has some steel in her.
We'll go talk to the priest.
She
Lead the way,
bows.
Victor.
Then she grabs an amulet hanging around her neck and says a little prayer before transforming into a roughly 40-foot tall water elemental.
Oh, wow.
That's new.
I
Can
like
I
that.
get one of
Nice
those?
trick.
Rushes
Can I
down.
get one of those?
As long as you don't use it inside.
You were saying, Lenny?
Just tell me if you need a water elemental someday. I can help.
I could use it in the bath. That would be useful.
I'm not doing that for this.
Tasha's like,
Oh,
so when Baldi comes in, I have our bathtub installed. Rain.
I am not a summoner. I want to remember.
I will make it worth your while. Look, I have rich family in Holocaust. I'm sure I can procure some nice booze for you.
Let me think about it.
I know this divine little shop that does druid supplies. I'm sure they've got something rare in there. Speciality of pixies.
Victor, I guess this is your call. You'll lead us. I guess you'll have to lead us to your temple.
If someone wants to sneak in to look around first, I could give you invisibility. Or if someone wants to make a sneak attack.
That would be my job.
This temple is protected as they are. They're probably gonna have all type of wards against stuff like that, so people can't just slip in.
You're probably right, Captain, but we won't know unless we try.
It's not like I need this spell for anything else, so here you go. Just tell me when you need it.
I mean, one of us trying to sneak in seems way worse than Victor just knocking on the front door.
Your temple, Victor. What do you want to do?
Well, whenever we're done tending all the wounds, let's head to the temple.
Lead the way.
I seem to be whole. Let's go.
Wish I had a high priest of all around us. He probably could have kind of helped me intensify the sword. Maybe break that spell they're on. That's have these people.
right.
That would be a good idea.
Walking up to the temple, you see that the ironwood gates are closed and barred.
Well, Lord Chaplain. Do you want to persuade them to open those gates, maybe?
I'm gonna walk up and push on the gate.
It is locked.
I'm gonna activate the ethereal property of my armor and just walk through the door.
Okay then. Yeah, he just walks through the door.
That's a neat trick. I didn't know Victor could do that.
Been waiting 35 sessions to do that, I think.
Oh, he did it once at
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, he walks straight through the door. Entering, Victor seems that all the light scones inside are burning with a reddish hellfire type light, but he can't see any soldiers.
Okay, I'll drop the ethereal and unbar the door.
Right. The doors are opened.
When is a door not a door? When it's ajar.
Oh!
Skammekroken på deg, ass.
I love it. Right. You enter the surprisingly quiet temple. Where are you gonna head first?
Well, I think we should head down towards the main hall. But I want to look in like the side rooms as we pass.
Yeah. Wherever you look, it's empty.
But yeah, heading towards the main hall,
Right.
the grand chapel, as it were.
As you the more you move towards the grand chapel, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. Sneaking up towards the grand chapel, well, moving somewhat stealthily, at least I assume. You hear chanting in demonic. So you go down the last hall and enter the high priest's rooms in the grand chapel. You can see maybe 100 of the city guardsmen and clergy of Turis that that turned to ended up under the control of the high priest, hanging roughly 30 feet up in the air, with the blood draining from them, forming some sort of portal in the air. Standing with their back to you, clad in a very spiky, nasty-looking red and black armor that seems to be made from demon hides. You can see what used to be High Priest Snowflaw, now a 15-foot towering monstrosity, chanting in some sort of evil demonic language. There's a very small part of the circle, the portal that's starting to open, and through it you can see blackness and what's maybe a star or two.
Whatever she's good doing, we've got to stop it now.
Look at all the heretics. I'm gonna flame strike them.
Right. Initiatives have been rolled, and Lyle is first off the bat.
Okay. I would like to mark her. And then I immediately am gonna skirmish strike into this little alcove and poke my head around and shoot at her.
Well, take your shots, 31. You hit.
$23 damage.
Right. Which one of these is the acid?
The acid is built into the original.
All right. Okay. Very well. 23 damage. The arrow strikes, sticks out of the plate. You can see some blood coming out of the plate. It seems it's been fused to her body. And she goes, "Ah! You'll pay for that, heretic!" And Lyle shoots her again. Right.
And then with my last action, I'm gonna look as small as I can and try to stealth in this little corner.
Very well.
38.
You're definitely stealthed. She is going to drop a flame strike, hitting pretty much everybody.
Do I get any cover behind this alcove?
I'm going to give you a +5 to your save due to the cover there.
Do we still have Victor's heroism?
Only Victor can answer that. I don't know the duration of his spells.
So the inspiring martial stance, as written, just ends every time combat ends.
So no.
Right. Okay. So no.
I have to re-enter the stance every time that we start combat.
And let's see, how have I managed to forget that? How do we actually do the save DCs now? It's 10 plus level plus, or level of the spell plus caster check, isn't it?
It is 10 plus proficiency plus. That's it.
Okay, well, in that case, it's a DC 29 reflex save for everybody.
I brush it off.
This is
Yep.
gonna hurt.
Sigh.
So Lyle takes half damage. Ida takes half damage, being a paladin. Rain's not gonna have a good time. Laney takes half damage. Victor takes full damage. Yeah, you know what you take. So for those taking half damage, it's 22 damage. For those taking full damage, it's 44 damage. And for Rain, it's 60 damage.
What was the DC?
29.
So full damage is 60.
44 fire. This is fire damage for anybody who has resistances against that sort of thing.
You only get half your fire resistance.
Yeah, because it's also unholy.
You can hear Rain scream and trying to put out the fire.
That takes us to Ida.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Shago, while she figures her turn out?
Yes, sir.
So how does that work with my primordial damage resistance?
That's not going to be halved.
Okay. Also, I forgot to roll for Tonka, so...
Yeah, Tonka takes half damage. Tonka's dodgy. So Ida of Anjou. Zevu. Allons-y.
I'm gonna put my hand on Rain and lay on hands on her. That's sturdy back for you.
Yep. The worst burns on Rain's body heal, but she's still pretty burnt up.
And then I'm gonna blink behind the High Priestess and stab her in the back.
Very well. Let's see. She actually fills those squares, so this is the closest you could get.
Something like that.
Big. When I say she's big, she's big. She is bright. You can see the unholy energies filling her.
I'm gonna smite evil and stab. How long does haste work last?
Probably not this long if it's a minute per cast
A
level.
minute.
1 minute. Yeah, it's over. That is a critical though. I'm pretty certain at least. Let me check that real quick. I think so. Yep, that is a critical.
So 17 times 2 plus 4?
Yep, 38 damage. She grunts as Ida's rapier slides into her side.
Plus 4 more since I smite evil, and those are holy damage.
Very well. And that takes us over to Laney.
Okay, Laney's going to mark for death.
Very well.
And then we're gonna do a stealth roll.
Does Lainey have anything, any skill or item that lets her stealth in standing out in the open?
Good question. Probably should have moved first. Foil senses.
Very well, give it a go.
There we go. 39.
Yep. Lainey's fairly certain she's stealthed. Right. Remember, you can't stand in the same square as somebody else.
Yep, just trying to move past Tonka.
Okay, was that Lainey's turn?
Yep, I think we're done.
That takes us to Knight Commander, or Knight Lieutenant, Ivrak Strongax, Baron of Louisenthal, Scourge of Demons, Apprentice Blacksmith.
Move here, do lay hands on Rain. That's 30 back to her there.
Rain's skin is now completely regrown, and only the fading emotional scars of being set on fire will be left after this fight.
And since I don't have stats on the Dwarven Thrower, I'm going to chuck it at her.
Right. I'm gonna check out the Dwarven Thrower, because that is an official magic item. That's
Couldn't find it in the books.
Huh. Well, just roll your attack. It's
Is that a dexterity attack or a standard attack?
that would be it would be using dex instead of strength. Yes, being a ranged weapon.
I got a 16 dex, so +3.
Yeah, in addition to your usual proficiency. So yeah, Evrog chucks it, hits her in the head. That's gonna be
What's the damage?
D10 plus strength +2.
D10 plus strength +2. Okay. Eight plus 7 is 15 +2.
Yeah, Evrog bonks her in the head, donk, hitting her pretty hard. She seems mighty annoyed by the turn of events. Victor.
I'm going to move here.
Very well. Running up, she gets an with her reach. Yeah, she gets an attack of opportunity there. She's gonna try to mightily smite Victor with her what's it called? Mace. Yes, mace. That's the word for it. Swings her mace at Victor. No, actually, she's got a war flail. That's what she's using. That is a critical. Smacks Victor for 36.
Cool. I'm going to smack her back.
Very well, sir.
No, I'm not.
Oof. Yeah, Victor comes running up in the classical cool anime style of dragging the tip of the sword on the edge of the floor, and as he swings it up to hit her, it kind of bends on the floor, almost hits him in the knee, and he completely misses her. And that's the last time he'll be reading those Penny Dreadfuls looking for combat tricks. Tasha, it is you.
Okay, Tasha is pretty angry about what happened to Rain, and she's just gonna look at the High Priestess, and there's this red glow in her eyes, and magic rises around the High Priestess, and she's gonna actually try to expand a spell slot to attack with pure magical energy. That's an attack roll, I surmise. So that's
Yeah, with your spell attack.
a
thingamabob.
d20 plus 19.
Tasha blasts a
34.
34.
Wait, yeah, plus 19. Wait, that's
24.
24. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, Tasha blasts a hole in the wall behind her, but completely misses her.
I
She
suppose that's a
moves.
2-action cost, right? I cannot do that again on my turn. That would be too overpowered.
That is correct.
This is so sad that you have like plus 19 and then you miss.
I know, right? Tonka! Tonka. Tonka time.
Woof.
Go, Tunka.
I will accept my attack of opportunity, sir.
Yep, she will take the attack of opportunity against Tonka, smacking at him with her war flail. I don't usually stutter. I don't know what I'm doing it today. And that is a critical against Tonka as well for 44 damage.
How many attacks of opportunity does she have? Isn't it just like one per round?
For a normal human being, yes.
And then I will bite.
Chompy chompy. 29. That is, she is flanked by Ida, so that is a hit. Tonka's a good pack animal.
Rip an arm off, Tonka.
Be a 33 damage and a 17 to trip.
Yeah. Looks like Tonka's going to be able to trip her, but high on demonic energy as she is, she simply ignores, or she manages to regain her balance.
Yeah, she's already tripping, you know.
Oh, the pun damage. Jeez.
But
That'll be another 29 to hit.
That is another hit.
$35.
Yeah, Tonka takes some good chomps at her, but still doesn't manage to actually get her off her feet. She's just too big, heavy, and high on demonic juice.
That would be my Sir Tonka's turn.
Sir Tonka has done a good job. It is rain!
For me to see if I understood the scene correctly, there is this demon and somewhere also the people bleeding out creating this portal, right?
Yep, they are hanging in the air around the entire room in a circle.
And if we could stop the blood, it would stop, the portal forming.
You can't be sure of that, but it makes a lot of sense.
Alright, so what Rain is gonna do, she is going to fly to those people bleeding out and she's treating them. I have battle medicine, so I can do that in battle, and I also have ward medic, and I can treat 2 people at once.
Right. So she's up there patching up 2 people and getting things done. For those of you, Rain's got her back to it, but those of you who can see the portal see a big eye. Take a look through the portal. And then a huge tentacle reaches out through the portal, grabs for Rain, who miraculously manages to dodge it. There's now also a big tentacle reaching out of that portal. It's, well, the only color that can be used to describe it is octarine. It doesn't really have a color on any spectrum that it would be describable or recognizable.
Do we have a marker for the portal somewhere on the board?
I will see if I can make you a little marker. Portal.
I'd hate to run out of this corner and then just go walking into a tentacle eyeball, you know?
There you go, and a little tentacle reaching out of that portal. Get some happy little suckers on it.
Where's Rain at now?
And how many people are there?
Roughly 60 in the air right now.
Okay, I'm gonna, like, combat roll up here into this other alcove in front of me.
Yep.
And then I'm gonna take some shots at this demon lady while poking my head around the corner.
Pew pew!
$39 to hit.
That is a hit, good sir.
$20 damage.
20 damage. Yeah, puts another arrow into her chest.
And then a 27 to hit.
27, that's a miss.
And then Lau just kind of leans back into the alcove.
Right. To your horror, you can see Lyle's arrows fall out of her as her wounds are growing while you're fighting.
Growing or regrowing?
Regrowing, yes. Regrowing. Growing shut, you know. Healing.
Yep,
Yes.
just making sure. I
One
mean,
would
if she was getting more damaged, I'd be like, dude, look at us doing the thing.
Yeah. One word you could use would probably be regenerating. Anyway, she is several shades of pissed off, actually, at all y'all coming here and being all sorts of unpleasant, if you will. And what does this thing do? Oh, there we go. She shouts out a command, and it's like the burst of a sun down in the area where you are at, hitting Lyle, Tasha, Lainey, Avrock, and Rain. That's a DC 31.
Rain shouldn't be there. That's why I asked you. Rain flew up to one of those.
Oh yeah, Rain's over here, Rish. So hitting the rest of you. That'll be a DC 31 reflex save, please.
Do I still get the 5 for being in the alcove?
Yes, sir. Lainey and Lyle managed to dodge it completely, not being hit at all.
Yeah, I've got evasion GM, so any success I make is automatically a critical.
Yeah, same as the paladins, really. Which means that Evrock isn't affected by it either.
Thank you. I was about to ask.
So the only one actually hit by it is Tasha, who takes 24 fire damage. And then she swings the Warflail in a mighty swing, attacking Ida, Victor, and Tonka in the same attack, and that would be a critical hit on all of them for a total of 44 damage to each. Bonkety bonkety bonk. And that takes us to Ida.
Since she just attacked my friends, and they get the liberating step, by the way, she's still marked for Smite Evil, and I will go to town.
It's time to go to town. That is one hit.
And I'm gonna lay on hands on myself.
Lay on hands yourself as well.
But you guys
Very
say
well.
10 less from her damage, or Tanka and Victor does, because you are close to me.
Right. So that will only be 34 to Victor and Tonka. That was Ida. It's Laney's turn.
Okay. Question. Is the High Priestess larger than 2 sizes above me?
Yes. She is a
Oh, and
towering
since
abomination
she's
of.
flanked by Tonka, I get sneak attack, right?
That is correct, ma'am.
So add those 5.
Very well.
Okay. Laney's going to run right past the tentacle. And the target is marked for death, so this is going to count against Angel of Death. If she hits. 31.
She hits. That would be. She's also flanked, so you do get your sneak attack.
3d6.
I do believe so.
There we go.
13 more. Yep. Dang it. There we go. Yeah, Laney pokes her with the rapier. She grunts in pain, but doesn't do much more. That takes us to Evrak.
I take it this tentacle's still trying to get Rain.
That is correct.
Move there and swing on the tentacle.
Right. Tentacle. Yeah, I'm gonna say you get to attack it.
28.
28. That is a miss on the tentacle. Evrak hits it, but the sword kind of bounces off some very, very durable rubbery hide. 32. That is it.
I think you're hitting yourself.
Yeah, I don't know why he keeps targeting Evrak.
Any damage on my character sheet, so
Yeah, I keep deleting it, but I now I removed you as a target for yourself. So
it's never done it before.
no, we're still learning Fantasy Grounds, but yeah, I can see what you can target here now, so that's pretty dang handy. Okay, yeah.
Does this weapon does any extra damage to this thing?
It absolutely does. It doubles the damage against that thing.
So that's all I have.
Very well. Evrak chops into the tentacle. You can hear the creature inside the portal emit a piercing screech. It scratches at your minds, and if it was any closer, it would probably be really scary. But it's only partially manifested, and as such, not very dangerous yet. That takes us to Victor.
I would like to cast a 2-action heal on myself.
Very well. Whoa. Yep. Victor's wounds grow, and he is in great shape again.
Well, if you're gonna crit me every round, I have to do something.
This is true.
And then my 3rd action, I'm gonna swing at her.
Go for it. That is it. 28. Yeah, Victor shears off a piece of demonic armor from her. And there's a spurt of rancid, burning blood. Tasha.
Tasha would like to move into one of these alcoves, but on her way there, she'd like to use lore dump on the high priestess.
Oh.
And it's gonna look like thousands and thousands and thousands of spectral-looking pieces of paper are just, slicing right through her, dumping on her all the lore about cricket.
Oh, jeez.
Yep. The weird sport that
That could kill anybody from boredom instantly.
that's a DC 29 will save.
That is rude. Cricket. Yeah.
Well,
we'll see here.
They could have at
And
least
she
made
actually, she actually failed her save.
okay, that's 16. It's 66. Okay.
Will is her best save, and that did not work. Jesus. Yeah.
Take these 71 damage, mental damage.
She screams in pain as Tasha's spell hits her.
Then Tasha's just gonna. Lyle can see this. She's been hit badly. She's really not in a good shape. She's just sinking to her knees in that alcove, hoping that she's not gonna get hit by anything. She's not even gonna react to what Lainey said because she's just really, really looking rough.
Right. That takes us to Tonka.
Tonka? Well, Tonka does not appreciate the fact that he has been whammoed so many times, and he would like to try to bite her again.
That is a hit.
$37 damage.
Yeah, Tonka bites into her, and you can hear crunching as her armor is breaking under the force of his bite.
I give her a little nibble on the bum.
Yes.
And that's all that Tonka can do?
Right. That was Tonka. Brings us to Rain.
Keep them busy, I have an idea. And I would like to position myself so that I have as many wounded as possible in a 30-foot reach.
Right. So you're trying to move. Rain is grabbed by the tentacle. And it starts crushing her,
I don't get any attack opportunity here.
dealing 28 damage. It doesn't need to move as such, but yeah, try. Give it you get an attack of opportunity. It's moving enough that you will get that. That is a critical on the tentacle.
Holy damage.
Let's see. Yeah. The tentacle is about to grab Rain, and then Evrock slices it right off, saving her from 58 crushing damage and being grappled.
Whammo!
Whammo! Indeed.
Thank you. Yeah, so
That was double damage.
Yeah, that was... Rain. What's Rain gonna do?
yeah, as I said, I want to have as many of these people in my 30-foot range. if I can do that from where I am, actually, I will stay there and do it this turn. If not, I have to wait for next turn to get all my 3 actions back.
Well, you can't get any more people. You get 10 people in your
Okay.
free range there.
So, trying to reduce the blood outlet as much as possible, I'm using my 3 actions to cast the highest spell I can do. So the 3 action heal.
Yep. Go for it. I think you'll actually see one.
Yeah, this targets all living and undead creatures in the burst.
And that's a 30-foot range. That's actually gonna hit Lyle, Tasha, Evrock as well, I believe.
Yeah, but it's a heal. We are not undead, right? We're not gonna get damage.
Yes, you get healed, the undead get damaged.
Yeah, it's
like
a 30-foot radius.
Oh, radius,
Like
yeah.
that hits Victor. It's so big. Like it hits half the room when she does it.
Yeah, so that'll hit everybody except Lainey and Ida. Wow, okay, yeah, she gets a lot more than 10 people in that. She'll get roughly 30.
It's like the line Victor's on to her up is what it hits.
Yeah,
So not quite Tonka and not quite Nofla.
no, but it'll get Victor, Evrock, Lyle, and Tasha, in addition to roughly 30 of the people bleeding. That is a very effective spell. You can see the portal is starting to flicker a bit. It's and she, the High Priestess, seems to be staggering slightly before she takes a deep breath and pulls herself back. Which takes us to Lyle.
Okay, so Lyle's a little frustrated hiding in this alcove. He kind of like peeks his head and looks. And I notice that the acid doesn't seem to be doing anything. The cold doesn't seem to be doing anything. The lightning. So he's going to reach back into his quiver and pull a fire arrow out this time. And I'm going to take a shot and see how that goes.
Go for it, sir. That is 1 hit.
So
To
28.
Lyle's surprise, it seems like the fire arrow actually does some damage to her. The primordial fire is strong enough to pierce her resistance to fire.
Okay, so that'd be 28 for me. And on my third action, I'm just going to kind of lean back a little bit more.
Right, and that takes us to her turn. She closes her hand around a symbol you've never seen before. It's definitely not the holy symbol of Turris. Screams, "King in yellow, give me strength!" And you can see her almost vibrating with power. And she's gonna take a couple of actions. First, she looks at Lainey like, "Ah, pest! Get away from me, assassin!" Points her finger at Lainey, and I'm gonna need a DC 31 Fortitude save from Lainey.
Nope, 26.
Right, so that is 17 negative energy damage to her.
70?
Yes, 7-0. Then she will... What the spell is this? Let's have a look. What does this thing do? Right. Dang it! That's a 3 action. She can't do that. Well, that's impractical. She's gonna point her finger at Tasha as well, going, "Die, pest!"
She is in the alcove. You just never moved her there.
Ah, in that case, she can't see Tasha. In that case, she's gonna point her finger at Rain and say, "Die, pest!"
That's bad.
And we're gonna need a DC 30 fortitudes from Rain.
22.
And she attacks Rain's soul directly for 63 damage. With a spiritual blast. And then I guess she's just gonna heal herself. Okay, that wasn't what I wanted to happen, but okay. That takes us to Ida.
You save Lainey, I will smack this bitch around. And I do nothing.
Hey, Mr. DM. When
Yes,
she healed
that's me,
herself,
sir.
did she cast harm or heal?
She definitely cast heal. She's not undead. She's just a very nasty lady.
After missing twice with the rapier, I look extremely unsatisfied and lay on hands myself.
Very well. That was Ida's turn. Lainey is down. That takes us to Evrock. Let's see here.
Is there anything coming out of this portal?
It looks like another tentacle is trying to squeeze through, but you'll probably have a couple of seconds before it gets out, because the portal is a lot less stable after Rain took away half its power source.
Thinking.
That's fine. Sometimes we need a second to think. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Is Rain down?
I'm still up. I lost about half my health, though.
Okay.
Lani's looking pretty bad.
Damn, Rain is tough. I did not know Rain had that many hit points.
I'm going to try something. I don't know what it's going to do. I am going to literally do like an overhand slash right into the portal with my sword. With a smite evil on top of that.
Why the hell not? Give me an attack roll. Okay. Yeah. Evrock shouts out whatever Evrock wants to shout out. I'm not going to put words in his mouth. Flashes the sword into the portal, and the portal winks out. Wink! And all of the people around it fall to the floor. Donk, 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 donk. Sounds like a platoon going into
I think
stomping the
Shion's
at the
on to
same
what's
time as
going
all the
on.
bodies drop.
And I'll use my last move to get closer.
Very well, sir. You can now see that the demonic entity you're fighting, which definitely is no longer the High Priestess, seems to have lost a lot of her juice from Evrock doing that. Which takes us to Victor.
I would like to smite.
Very well, sir. Well, that's anticlimactic.
I only roll 2 ways.
Yeah, that's true.
Badly and poorly.
Oh. And Victor's gonna harm her. Dang.
Well, that's part of smite. Even if I miss, it eats up the spell slot.
Oh, okay, okay. Very well, that was Victor's first action. I'm assuming he's gonna keep at it. That is a hit.
That is.
Wow.
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 Fuck!
1 on 3 out of
Uh,
4 dice.
That's
Ouch.
really, really, really rough. Oof.
Oof,
I got
indeed.
the one big hit. That was it.
Yeah. Yeah, Victor had 1 great whammo, and that seems to have been it.
Yeah.
Right.
Is that the opposite of whammo? Is that a umbu?
That's an uvu.
It's more like a lamo.
Yeah, that sucked. What's Victor gonna do with his third action?
Smite takes 2 actions.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Tasha, what you gonna do, gal?
I think she's gonna. She can't do. She cannot do a lightning bolt because there's people in the way, right? Victor's in the way.
Yes.
Well, she's gonna try another one of those nice attack with pure magic things.
Very well.
That's 29 to hit.
29's a hit. Yeah, I forgot that she was big, so she has worse AC.
So that is 5 times 2, that's 10d6 force damage.
Go for it. Tasha with the big hits.
Oh fuck. Plus 5 because I get the status bonus on attack spells. So
Oh,
51.
That's wrong. I added one number too much there, and suddenly she'd taken a couple of thousand damage.
Wow. Question. So this attack with the pure magical energy, is that a 2 action or 3 action thing?
It's a 2 action.
And if I wanted to use my vital beacon, is that a 1 action interaction thing, or is it 2
Yes.
actions? Okay, because then she's gonna use vital beacon to boost herself a little bit.
Yeah, Tasha's been hit.
Yep, that's her turn. She's looking over to Lainey, very, very, very worried, but she can't get there, and yeah.
It is Tonka's turn.
Okay. So if I leave her area, I get attacked, right? Or when I enter, I get attacked.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so then I'll just bite this bitch and whatever. Tonka's angry, and he's gonna go for some bitey. And Tonka is not gonna bite anything. We're going for the third attack this round. Okay. She is not bothered by the giant dog nipping at her heels at this moment.
Yeah, it looks like you kind of lost your groove there for a moment when all the portals closed, but or when the portal closed. You can see it's starting to reform from the. No, it's not. Actually, it's not starting to reform. I'm just full of manure. It is Rain's turn.
I fly closer to Lenny and I cast Stabilize.
Right. Well, fair enough. That takes us to Mr. Lyle.
Not again.
Okay, well. I will poke my head out again, look and see the portal close, and decide it is time to shoot this woman some more. It would be a 40.
That is a critical, sir.
So 43 damage.
Yeah. That's definitely an arrow she notices as it lodges itself in her throat.
And then Lyle's going to go ahead and take another shot.
That one she swats away. Whap.
And then I think Lyle's going to hide closer in this alcove here. And that'll be my turn.
Right. Spitting, hissing blood. And obviously now very, very wounded. He grips the holy symbol around her throat again and screams, "No, the portal! You know what you've done? This will set back the return of the King in Yellow by far too long. You're all heretics, you're all very nasty, and you must all die." And she casts a mass harm. So that'll be a minus DC 23 fortitude save for everybody in 30 within 30 of her.
Ouch.
So that's a critical success for Rain. Ida ignores it. Evrock actually takes damage, and so does Victor.
Evrak rolled Reflex, not Fortitude.
Oh, yeah, he did. His fortitude is probably better.
Tonka only got a 27.
41. Thank you.
What's with Lainey? Does she get a save there?
Yeah. Laney's all good. So for those who, yeah, Evrock doesn't care. So it's Victor who gets hit for 58 negative energy damage,
And Tonka, right?
and Tonka. Yeah. Did Tonka fail his save?
Tonka got a 27. So yeah.
Yeah. So he takes half damage then, because that's a success. So half of 58 should be 29.
Okay.
Over to Ida.
Was 58 the base damage?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna continue to smite evil.
I've got 8 hit points because I took double damage on that.
Oh. Yeah, Victor is almost annihilated by the power of the magic, but he challenged his own holy force just in time to not be turned to dust. Well, that's a critical from Ida, and one miss.
$37.
Right.
41 with the holy damage.
Yeah, that's pretty nasty. Right. That takes us to Evrock.
Do a quick lay hand on Victor, which gives him back 30, and I'll swing upon the bitch. That time.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Evrock's still a bit shaky after destroying a demonic portal to the void. Not at its best.
Lay hand, is that instant or is that one action?
That is one action.
So I still got my third attack if I want it. I'm going to go with a third attack.
Nope. She is staggered, but she manages to defend herself well from Evrock, not wanting to be hit by that holy flaming sword. Right, which takes us to Victor.
Victor's gonna yell some choice words in Infernal and cast a 2-action heal on himself again.
Right. She looks shocked at what Victor says. Holy crap, that's a big heal. And that's a hit. Wow, okay. Victor goes in, swings the flamberge, first shattering one of her kneecaps, and as she starts falling forwards onto her knee, he punches. What do you call it? He stabs upwards with it, driving it straight through the unholy symbol on her chest, smashing it and pushing his flamberge through her chest and out her back. He falls or diminishes in size back down to normal human size before trying to say some words to cast the spell and falling over dead.
Tasha immediately runs for Launi and pushes both of her vital beacons into her.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have any effect. Lani stares out into the room, unseeing.
Did she die?
She is
Uh,
dead.
Hey, I need to know that so I can trigger my Breath of Life, because that's a reaction when somebody dies.
Ah, very well. She did die, indeed.
I'm gonna cast Breath of Life when she dies.
Very well. So Victor runs up, breathes into her.
It's a 60-foot range.
Ah. But it's much more fun if he breathes into her.
Yeah, but I am engaged, sir.
Ah, yes. Correct. And Lonnie coughs as color floods back into her cheeks.
I activate my second prepared vital beacon, and she gets the first heal from that.
Did Victor run up to administer the breath of life?
No,
No.
he did it from
It's a
afar.
60-foot range.
Yeah.
He's going to calmly pull out his medical supplies and start treating people.
Lyle's over with his almost dead dog, trying to wake him up.
I'll do a lay hand on the dog.
Yeah,
30 back.
Tonka licks Ebrock straight in the face, turning his normally turned mustache up for a little while.
I'm glad I got a great helm on. He can't get through the face.
Oh, he's
Get all
damn
of
well
them
trying.
down. Get all of them down and line them up here. I'll help treating them. I can treat two at once.
His tongue's so big he just licks your fucking helmet off.
Yeah, you can feel the demonic energies diminishing from the room. So, several of the clergy and the guards are sitting up, shaking their heads, looking dazed. And to Lyle with this monocle, you can see the demonic energies that have been confusing them dissipating. They seem to return to themselves.
Lyle's just sitting by Tonka, petting him, and not paying attention to the room at this point.
Right.
Ida just sits up against the wall, and with her knees pulled up against her, and mumbles something in Celestial.
Right.
Go sit
Lenny-
beside her and ask if she's okay.
Laney's just going to lie there as Tasha holds her and just hurt everywhere.
I'll be fine, Captain. I just need a moment.
Right. As you're catching your breath, for a moment, most of you wonder if you maybe took one hit too much to the head, as a hole opens in the air, and out of it, swinging on a rope, wearing a big floppy hat with a feather in it, and a red coat, dashing red coat, and it swings a man-sized raccoon, holding a rapier in one hand and a dagger between its teeth. Lands, chittering, looking around a bit confused.
I 100% draw my bow at this guy immediately.
Before
My-
it kind of kicks
my
the
sword's
ground
out.
and like does a frustrated move with its fist. Yeah. Rain's a
that-
druid, so she can understand that guy.
I can. That's great.
So Rain can hear him as he kicks the ground and kind of looks frustrated about, dang it! I told them we didn't have time for this, and now I'm late.
Late for what? She answers.
Late for the fight. It's over. I didn't get here in time. I was supposed to fight some tentacled monster horror thing that was gonna enter the dimension here.
Yeah, we took care of that, and if you don't want us to take care of you, you better explain yourself in the common tongue.
He looks confused. Do I look like I can speak the common tongue? Do you think I have the vocal cords for that? And you, young lady, you can take care of me even if I invited you to my bedroom and gave you a map.
She calls to the others. He wanted to fight this tentacle monster, he says.
Well, he's too late.
He knows.
Religion 27. Is that who I think it is?
Yes, it is.
The
You might want to
gods.
explain it to the others, though.
We are in the presence of one of the most common avatars of Apollo.
Great. How does that
So,
help us
no-
now?
Well, it's. I guess. Well, I just bow to the thing.
Yeah, he looks like he's actually sulking about being late to the fight.
Well, there's still a Dracolich she can fight.
He perks up. Chitters looks over at Rain like, where?
He asks where.
What was the quarter? I don't know.
Dead quarter.
Yeah.
That way, my lord.
Lord my ass.
You can see his ears perk up and what looks like a raccoonish grin on his face. And like, okay, I'll be off. Stay fresh, milk drinkers. And then he runs out, jumps out the window, grabs a handily placed rope, and swings off into the distance.
So, this was a good raccoon and the last one we fought was a bad one. Did I get that right?
This raccoon. Ida just rises again. Do you remember this? You're a druid. You should know about Apollo.
Yeah, but going on with all this shapeshifter and clone thing stuff, I tend to be a bit skeptical.
That's Helmut, his companion in life and avatar in divinity. Apparently also a sheet of cards.
Alright, so I can stick to take care of the wounded here. Okay, good. That's all I wanted to know.
The clergy are waking up, and one of them comes over to Victor and goes down on one knee. War chaplain, thank you for rescuing us.
If you're no longer dying, grab your medical supplies and start tending everyone.
Very well, War chaplain. They quickly get their they quickly motivate their socks and start working on stabilizing each other.
Tasha's gonna unclasp her cloak and cover Lani with it while using prestidigitation to clean up her armor absent-mindedly, not letting go. She looks pretty shocked. You can't do that. That's not allowed, okay? You're not dying. Dying is forbidden.
I'll keep that in mind for next time.
Maybe think about this thing called retreat next time or so.
She's not wrong. It's the one thing I'm not gonna forgive you for doing.
I mean, all of you are bad at retreating, just saying.
It's fine. I'll remember to retreat next time, but that was a lot of damage at once. You know, I wasn't that hurt before.
Man. You haven't
Ida,
even-
what you just said coming from you, I find that very hard to believe. How many times you should have retreated and you didn't?
Look, these rules are for other people, not me.
Well, she at least has the opportunity to heal herself. Lainey doesn't.
Oh,
Okay?
I understand. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay, I understand, dear.
You made me an
Captain?
officer. This is your fault.
Captain, Ida and I have known each other quite a long time. That rule does not apply to me. You die, I'm going to be really angry.
Fair enough. I'll avoid dying, you avoid dying, and here, take this, then you won't die next time. I'll give you a small silver plaque engraved with dwarven runes on it.
It's a
Oh,
deal.
Next time you are almost dying, break this. Trust me.
Well, I might look at getting one of these beacon things that the rest of you seem to have, but yeah, I will. She takes the thing from Ida and tucks it inside her armor.
so Victor, I guess the dinner party's over. We're not going to have that neither now, too.
What are you talking about? We
We
just
don't
had a
even-
lovely meal.
We don't even get a free meal for this? Are you kidding me?
We have a whole
Mike.
city of meal to purge.
Yes, we have to go see how the battle goes outside.
Oh, come on, no dinner. I just died for this. I died.
Throw her over a dwarven MRE.
You weren't dead, it's fine.
You never died this time.
That's
I did not have to
as I wanna
revive you from
come.
the dead. You were only almost dead.
Mm-hmm.
It's a distinction that is important if you're going to associate with us for very long.
I'll keep that in mind. Does Helmet Red Cloak appear every day to you guys? No.
That's a first.
This is
Kind of
definitely
weird.
a first.
Okay. Gods pop in.
Though I do have to wonder about some of the other people we've run into, Ida, and our journeys from the initial ambush to where we are now.
I mean, if demons and stuff pops up, it at least is nice that some of the gods also seem to take some interest and send us some help. Maybe next time the help even might come in time. Who knows? You are the god people, not me.
Well, if everyone's tended, we need to go make sure that the Dracolich that's also attacking the town is dealt with effectively. So,
Let the Apollo
on
guy
your feet,
handle it.
it's time to continue moving.
Yeah, an older soldier with an eye patch lays his hand on Evrock's shoulder. Listen, don't be too hard on the raccoon. You have no idea what he had to fight through to get here. But
And you are?
I'm just a friend, you could say. This, however, Evrock, was well done. Seems it was the correct choice to have you as one of the champions.
Describe this gentleman to me, please.
He's about roughly in his mid-60s, human, long, graying beard, short military-style graying hair, eye patch, and you can see a silver coin gleaming where it's patched up his skull.
I immediately kneel in front of him.
Rise, please. There's no need for that. You just stopped one of the void spawn from getting into the city. This was well done.
Can we all see him? Or just Evrock?
Just Evrock.
So they just saw me kneel in front, just kneel out of something and just say, okay.
No, they're not seeing
You're a
anything at the moment.
paladin. We assume you're praying.
Well,
Looking around, you can see that they're actually they're not blinking or moving at all.
I actually was wondering if you had abandoned me.
Oh, no, my champion. But As you know, we cannot directly influence things as much as we used to. I mean, last time we almost broke the world. It's up to dwarves and other champions like you now. And I would say you did splendidly, even managed to get here before that dang raccoon. Apollo keeps flaunting the rules. I'm gonna have to talk to him about that.
I take it this raccoon is a avatar of some sort too.
Yes, Apollo has been granted slightly more leeway in by the Council of Elder Gods acting as it is his job to stop this sort of thing from happening. But there is a concerted effort now. Something has awoken the unborn gods in the void. They're trying to get back to this planet.
Yeah, we have been informed that something is coming from the stars. That since day one.
Indeed. Be aware. Sometime soon, you're going to be faced with a choice where it will be unpalatable to you. But be aware that even the General of Death fights against the void creatures now. Although the goddess he slew to take up the mantle of Lord of Undeath, not all of her is gone. Some of it is trying to reform. We believe she's made an alliance with the unborn in the void.
Our Duchess Tasha had a strand of a goddess in her that I know we didn't banish, but we had to remove. Is this the one you are talking about?
I can't say too much without breaking the rules I've imposed on us myself, but the next step of the puzzle is in Hollowfaust. I would not spend more than 24 hours in Lightbridge if you wish to get there in time.
Thank you. I will make sure we move ASAP. I will bow to him again.
He gives you a military salute of a very old style. Suddenly, you're back with everybody else.
Am I glowing or am I beaming? May I ask?
Evrock looks even holier than usual.
Talk about God, people. So are we going to slay this Dracolich or what?
I'm completely out of healing spells. I just want to tell you.
We need to go see what's going on at least.
Yes.
Also, what happened to
I
you,
agree.
Captain? Are you blessed or something?
Let's just say I had a vision.
A good vision or like one of those that make you vanish in your house for 3 days
Does
straight?
this look like I'm vanishing in my house? Good Duchess.
A visit or a visitation, Captain?
Who knows? But I have been passed on that we have to be out of here within 24 hours and head to Halifax as soon as we can.
Well, then let's go make sure that the city is safe and leave then.
I agree.
Well,
We have to get our families out of prison first.
Now that the
First of-
now that the arch priest or whatever is exposed, that will probably unravel itself. But yeah, we have to do that as well.
Just
But
as
we
a
need to
check,
save the city for there to be a prison to break them out of. So
I'm just reminding you. I know, love.
Let's move.
First,
Right.
what I wanted to do the whole time, and she walks over to Lanny, and she is hugged by a normal-sized rain without wings.
Lanny wraps her arms around and says, "Thank you," and squeezes her.
You're
Right.
very well. Now, everyone, here, I want to hug you. I always wanted to do that in this size.
I'll come over, flap my wings once just to make sure, just to play with the fact that it now just rustles your hair rather than fling you back, and then I'm gonna hug you.
Yeah, the priests and soldiers or the Templars of the church have rallied, bound their wounds, and have headed out of the temple under Victor's orders to restore order to the streets.
And once Tonka is out now that Tonka's all healed, Lyle's raging out and following Victor and the Templars as well.
Okay. Unless
Passion,
anybody has any scenes they want to play, this is a good time to cut off.
I just like to have a word with Ida.
Yes, go ahead.
I had a visitation of Allah.
Trying to not look kind of disgusted. Okay.
Actually, that's the one who passed on the Holocaust. We have that is where the next piece of the puzzle is. So we have to finish up here as soon as we can. He recommends 24 hours. I understand your feelings about him, but for him to come to me in person and said he chose a good champion, I have to take that to heart, my lady.
I have absolutely nothing but the greatest respect for you, and whatever faults he might have, he has a great taste in champions. And I'm definitely gonna listen to you. But we need to get people out of prison here, because
I agree.
if we don't,
I agree.
we
If
went
need be,
here without.
if I'm not needed, if need be, I can always go ahead and try to meet up with Badagumba and Belly Tumbler.
With all the respect, sir, if someone is gonna go meet my husband, it should be me.
This is your family. We have to get out of prison.
It's my aunt who mistreated me for ages. But yeah.
It still is family. Well, let's see if we can play a Dracolich, or did it run away?
Let's see if we can get to it before the raccoon is done.
Very well. Let's move. Right.
Right. Thank you, everyone. And thanks, everybody, for joining. We'll be back next Sunday. Hopefully with a lot less coughing from me. But for now, thank you all for coming. The episode will be up on YouTube Tuesday morning, I guess. Because we are Twitch affiliates, we need to wait 24 hours before uploading. But it will be up sometime during Tuesday. For now, thank you all for joining and coming here. Please pop over, give Xian Kaisi, Marangana, and Tolmar a follow on the Twitch. They're great streamers and great people. It's been great having you here. We'll be back tomorrow with... no, not tomorrow. We'll be back on Tuesday with some Only War, where Captain Lucinda and the bunch will be assaulting a star fortress. I'm sure that's not going to be perilous whatsoever. And we'll be back with more Pathfinder next Sunday. But for now, stay safe, stay healthy, and be well. We'll let Mari and Tolmar find somebody to raid before we go do our hot wash-up.
I'd got it covered if Tolmar's alright with it.
I'm ready. Just don't forget to go down to, twitch.tv/Shogothlicious and give him the follow and the likes and all those things. He's too He's too shy to ask you himself. He's a pretty guy. Go check him out.
Yeah, do that. What Tulmer says.